Those are the anthems. May we ask for a short prayer from JP Ochare can lead us in the prayer.
Almighty God, we are here before you. We open our hearts and pray that, Father, know that we are going to have that is shaping the future of this nation. And therefore, all the stakeholders who are gathered here have come to share the experience and also look into the future, how we're going to proceed. We thank you for the guests that you have brought from far and near. We pray that as we do this, Lord, may you put our mind together so that we respect each other as we make our contribution. While our minds are set on you, as an authority who has given a delegation of this function to govern your people here on earth. We pray this believing that you have heard us through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
We may sit. Thank you very much for that prayer, Honorable JP Ochare. I want to take this time to say I am really happy to welcome all of you for this very important meeting, most especially our Lord Chairman of the Electoral Commission of Uganda, who is with us, and all the Electoral Commission administrators, the political leaders around, the cultural institutions, the security personnel, civil society, religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. This is the meeting that we have been waiting for a very long time. And finally, today we are here for it. And I thank all of you for coming, and we are set to start. And this time, I would like us to take a few minutes to introduce ourselves. I might not be knowing your name. It is you to tell us and where you work, where you stay, and any other role that you play towards the development of this country. Can you bring that mic? And we are going to start from this end. Let me give it a priority to...
Thank you, Moderator. Mukamba Ibrahim are my names. I am the Deputy Resident State Commissioner, Lira City West Division. And I am here in for my boss, who is away for burial of the late city mayor. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much. Sorry, the city town clerk, Mr. Tibihika, fellow pillars.
Thank you for coming, Bona RCC, Lira City West.
Yes, good morning, members.
Good morning to you.
My name is Joya Timongom, a former member of parliament for Lira District. And currently, I am a farmer, a businesswoman. I'm the managing director for Hillside Annex Primary School. I live in Lira City West. At the moment, I'm showing my interest in Kole District. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Joy Atim, for coming.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
I'm Assistant Superintendent of Police, Base CJ Gilbert. I'm the host station Electoral, representing the DPC Electoral. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on DPC Electoral.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Peter Okelo Oyo. I am from Lango Castle Institutions. I'm the chairperson Transition Committee of Lango Castle Institution, and I'm here on behalf of Wanyase Elect. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I believe the transition will be peaceful. Thank you.
I'm a very poorly paid pensioner. My name is retired Colonel Tony Chah, advisor to the Wanyase Elect.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Trust me with this.
Bono Tiama Gongson, Forum for Democratic Change.
Thank you.
Newton Fredio Kelo, Forum for Democratic Change, former aspirant to Yam North Parliamentary by-election, currently the Secretary, FDC Lira City, and Deputy Secretary for Health in FDC. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hello, friends. My name is Kenneth Owa. I'm the District Council Speaker Lepton and the Chairperson, Lounge District Council Speakers Association. It's a pleasure being here.
You're most welcome.
I'm Julius Peter Ochari Diangjal, Chairman UPC for Lira District, and I represent the older passion in the City Council. So I am, because of my residence, I am here, but I am in charge of Lira District. Because Lira District got back to the city where I am. Therefore, I'm cutting across this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman UPC. Can pass the mic behind.
My name is Joel Okao Tema. I am here invited as a member of the National Executive Committee of the FDC. I reside in Lira City West. I'm also a former parliamentary candidate for Lira City West. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning, friends. My name is Moses Etienne, FDC Mobilizer Lira City, a former aspirant for parliamentary 2021 election. Thank you.
I am Udomo Bosco, bodyguard, chairperson NRM Lira City.
Thank you, NRM, for coming for this meeting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Mawa, focal point person for NUP Lango Sub-Region. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca
Is it
Do.
what we call NUP? Okay.
My name is Rebecca Do. I work for Kezia Hope for Humanity, Dokoro District.
Thank you.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
I'm Mercy Catherine Akelo. I work for Advocacy for Youth Initiative Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
My name is Chen Christine Ayo, former Member of Parliament, Electoral District.
Honorable, you're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ogwang Tony, representing a lifelong development organization.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, members. Here is Sandra Eunice Ailo. I work as a project manager for Passion Aid Africa Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
My name is Alu Jackie. I'm representing the former candidate, Honorable Ariat Ageno, Dokolo District.
For the woman member of parliament, former contestant. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Praise God.
Amen.
My name is Amoy Penina Oliver, and I'm representing Mango Tree Foundation for Justice as a mobilizer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
I'm Willie Anete from Electoral District, representing Youth Livelihood Uganda.
Thank you.
I'm Enacho Frederick Edmos, CEO of Pure Wish Foundation Uganda, based in Lira. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
My name is Nancy Atim, editor Radio QFM.
Thank you.
Good morning. James Ulum is my name. I'm the director, Eco Compassion Foundation. We are here in Lira City. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
Morning
My
to
name
you.
is Edioloa Alele. I work for UBC TV. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Arao Dennis. I represent Radio Palafem in Lango sub-region, also working with TND News Online. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Haiza Kotui, NBS Television Bureau Chief Lango.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dennis Omiji. I work for Lango Broadcasting Service based in Dokolo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis Udon. I work for Dokolo FM radio station in Dokolo town.
You're most welcome, Dokolo FM.
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
By the name Hatim Rafela from Electoral. My resident place is Reda Lumumba. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
My name is Achola Dora. I work for Empowering People on Planet.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
My name is Awar Gloria. I work for Laura's Craft Foundation based in Electoral.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
My name is Ronnie Ogwar. Work for Amnesty and for Peace, Electoral District. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass it.
God is good.
All the time.
All the time.
And it's good.
I'm Aromboraj Hilda. I work with the Gender and Development Transparency, Uganda Electoral.
Thank you.
Praise God. I'm called Awaso Catherine, a professional teacher, called a town council.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning to you.
I'm called Sarah Kello. I'm a farmer in Dokolo District.
Thank you.
I greet everyone at their various capacity. My name is Ogwang Richard Charles. Works with Advocate for Children's Initiative, Electoral.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Morning to you.
My name is Tony Atepo, the chairman UPC Dokolo District.
Thank you.
I'm called Dennis Ongora, a journalist from Voice of Lango.
Thank you, Voice of Lango.
All
protocol observed. I'm called Juliet Adong. I work for Youth Alive Uganda.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tada Chen is my name. I work with community empowerment on justice and freedom.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
By the names of Apio Masikala, I'm the Assistant Returning Officer for Lira City, at the same time sitting in for the Returning Officer, Dokolo District.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
That's better. My name is Nicholas Ogwang. I am the Regional Human Rights Officer. I work for the Uganda Human Rights Commission in the Lira Regional Office here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Lira.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
My name is Rachel Atgonza, Senior Election Officer from Electoral Commission Head Office.
Rachel, you are most welcome to Lango.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
I'm Jessica Adong Ochen, District Election Administrator and Returning Officer for Electoral District. You're welcome.
You're most welcome, BAA Electoral.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
I'm Hasacha Rashid, District Election Administrator, Lira City. Thank you so much.
Most welcome, Rashid.
Good morning, participants.
Morning.
My name is Takwana Hassan. I'm District Election Officer or Returning Officer, Kole.
You're most welcome.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
My name is Eliau George William, the District Election Administrator, Lira District. You're most welcome.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Jackson Igenyi Babire, Regional Election Officer in charge of Northern Uganda. You are all welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning to you.
My name is Julius Muchunguzi. I'm the Head of Public Relations and spokesperson of the Electoral Commission.
You are most welcome, Julius. We can reserve the chair for now. And
yes, good morning, everybody. I am Odongo DK, District Chairperson elect, and also the chairperson overseeing other colleagues in Lango sub-region. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Thank you for coming, Honorable DK.
Dennis Sudan is my name. I work for Child Health Uganda, based in Dokolo District.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ronald Jock. I work for Trust in God Initiative, based in Electoral.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
My name is Orama Gloria. I work for Women Initiative on Global Affairs, Electoral District.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning to you.
My name is Abura Olga Ruth from Dokolo District, working with the project planning. I'm representing the project manager.
Thank you.
Oh, welcome.
All protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning to you.
My name is Opio Doreen. I lead an association that brings together the female journalists in this region under our umbrella of Lao Women Media Association. I am the chairperson. But I'm also the station manager of 94.3 Radio Q FM Lira. Allow me to say this in a minute, or I first begin by introducing the team from Radio Q FM. I have a team of 7. We are live streaming this sitting on our YouTube channel, Radio QFM Lira. QFM is an elite radio that is embracing the new media. I have Sami Ebong, who is a camera person. I have there Juliet Hawidi. Please raise up your hand. She is behind the camera. I have Justin Ocha right there behind the camera. I have the live stream manager, Haggard, or team. Haggard is right there. I have Jacob Aki, who is in charge. Jacob, let me see you. Yes, I have there Jacob Haki, who is in charge all the graphic designs. All the designs you will be seeing, all the thumbnail you're seeing, it is his work. I have Ambrose Angura. He must be out. Ambrose is there. Is the live stream director. Then I have my chief news editor, Nancy Atim. Thank you so much.
Thank you for partnering with us always. We are proud of you. Thank you.
And lastly, I am by the name Lawrence Olobo. I work for Peace and Development, Dokolo District. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And we have some other people this side who have just arrived. Where is the microphone?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
6 general elections and peaceful democratic transition of power in Lango sub-region. So it might go beyond Lango sub-region, but we are starting from home. How do we manage these processes? And that is why we are here. That's the purpose. And all our discussion will center around this today. I think basically that is what we have about that process. I felt I should give this before we give time for opening remarks so that we understand the basis of our being here today. And I want to take this time. If the mayor, Lira City, is within our midst, so that being a host city, he can come and talk to the people. But we are aware our city is mourning. We are grieving for the loss of our city clerk, the town clerk of Lira City, whom we lost. I think it has kept the mayor off for now, and we can proceed to have, yes? Oh, I think he was not delegated. It's okay. But we also have the resident city commissioner, who is also our host for this city, and I want to take this time to welcome the resident city commissioner to talk to us.
Thank you, moderator. The chief guest, who is His Lord Justice Simon Bewakama, who again doubles as the National Chairperson Electoral Commission, the chairperson of all the chairpersons of LC5s of Lango sub-region, the resident district commissioner Kole, DPCs present here, political leaders, key stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have the honor to welcome you all to this place. As I said, Mkamba Ibrahim are my names. I am the deputy RCC, Lira City West Division, and here in for my post, who is away for burial of the late city clerk who died in a motor accident along Aduk Road. May his soul rest in peace. Today is a historical day in this region, as I think since history we had not heard of a day of the kind. I want to welcome you sincerely for this day. Thank you for coming. It is quite important today that the Lango Civil Society Network has had an engagement with all key stakeholders, and that it has had an initiative to sincerely invite the key stakeholders in the election process of this country. Your Lordship, your Lord, you're welcome to Lango sub-region. The history of Uganda dates far back in the 1950s, where politics of Uganda began staggering with the colonial government. And at that time in question, we did not have elections, and we were all under the colonial government. But since 1962, where Uganda became a republic, as you are aware, a republic is a state or a country with a president. I am happy to report to you that this region has always championed the politics of this country. Chief guest, allow me to tell you or inform you of the history of this country, that Lango sub-region is the only region in this country that has had 2 presidents and 2 prime ministers in this country. Please clap for Lango sub-region. We first of all had Dr. Obote as the first prime minister of this country. We for the second time had who? Honorable George Cosmas Adiepo as the second prime minister, which is not simple. Later on, we had Dr. Obote 1 as the president, Obote 2 as the president, the fertile ground in the politics of this country. Please, I want to commend the Langese for having been privileged by nature that you have had 2 prime ministers and 2 presidents of this country. In this country, again, the politics of this country always its origin here. This is why time and again you hear the politics of this country as very tense within here. And I am happy the chairperson, Electoral Commission, is here to really share with you real issues of elections and politics. We welcome you, sir. Before I wind up, I think through the chief guest, we stand to thank His Excellency the President for recognizing this region so much, as numerous of the senior officials of government come from this region. Meaning, whatever you do here, you are known by this government, you are liked by this government. His Excellency loves you so much. I plead that you keep supporting him whenever he requires support from you. And with these remarks, I beg to end here and wish you the best of the best. Thank you very much.
Can you clap well for the RCC? Thank you, RCC Lira City, for a wonderful address. And I think I've not been following the history of Uganda. I didn't know we are the only people who have had 2 prime ministers. I'm just learning about it today. Thank you so much for bringing that such a wonderful history. And members, I want to give this brief to lead us into our discussions. Lango Civil Society Network has been so much engaged in elections. All these elections that have been happening in Uganda since 2001, I think, through observing election and conducting other post-election monitoring. And this forms the basis for our engagement today. We did the election observation in 2021. And I want to report to you that there are some issues that we identified during that time. And we are looking at peaceful elections, free and fair and peaceful transition. We need to take into consideration that there are certain issues, challenges that are locally experienced in our community that when we engage with the citizens, they tell us they need to be addressed. And this is what I am going to present to you today. About this election of 2021, Lango Civil Society Network would like to make this gathering know that the Electoral Commission in Lango here, I can see representatives seated here, demonstrated a very high level of commitment to deliver a free and fair elections. In any case, we have not seen where the declaration was made, maybe have passed the time it was meant for, and they are always determined to give what is right to the citizens of Lango. Thank you so much, the Electoral Commission for Lango Sub-Region. And I think this is why the chairman of Electoral is always very proud of his district election administrator. He has ever mentioned it when I'm around. Lango Sub-Region offered free and fair election campaign environment. With a few exceptions, most of the campaigns were under very clear campaign situation. Amidst the issue of COVID-19, it went smoothly in 2021, and the police constables that were placed as polling stations displayed maturity and integrity during the voting processes. This is also very good for us. However, when we conducted this election observation, we noticed there was late start and end of voting at some polling stations in Lango Sub-Region here. I think it was caused by delay in delivering polling materials in time in some polling stations. It was also noted that in some areas there were pre-ticked ballot papers. And these are in Awiri Trading Center and Arocha. This is a patch area. And in Dokolo, a place called Anuai Primary School, there was also issuing of 2 ballot papers to voters. To us, this was not good. This disturbs the element of free and fair election in Uganda and Lango Sub-Region particularly. There were missing voter location slips, names on the voter registers, and some voters were denied opportunity to vote. We noticed this at Gwakwikeo polling station and Alidi Primary School in Kole, in Uyam. And this was a very serious issue, also failure of the biometric voter verification machines in most of the polling stations, and those places can stand as examples. But it was a major problem during that period, we noticed. There were interchanged candidates' names and pictures on the voter registers. There was one instance where Guang Francis' name was exchanged with Ojung Edward in Lira City West Division. So this was also a concern. And this was also a serious issue. There was very low voter turnout for local council elections. People only prefer to vote for presidential and parliamentary candidates, and they ignored to give active participation in the local council elections. By 2:30, in most of the polling stations, people were no longer there voting. And if you observe carefully, even the turn-up from morning to that time was very dotted. This was not fair. There was voter bribery and transportation. There were buses, there were cars, taking people, borders, taking people to go and vote. And when they're taking you, they keep on telling you this car has been hired by this person. I think this is not right. So that you go and vote for that person because he has hired you a car to take you. There was the deployment of soldiers at polling stations, especially in Amorata district. But we didn't see them in some other polling stations, only around the landing site in Amorata district. There was issue of missing ballot papers for directly elected MPs. In Ober Primary School, that serial number was not there. At Bardiang polling station, we noticed serial number 0012451 was also not there, missing. So this sometimes delayed the process of the election. There was element of wrong voter registers at polling stations. At a Monica polling station in Apache, we noticed this is where an LC1 specified that those people on the voters register were not members of the area, over 70% of the people or the name on the voter register. So this is an issue that needs to be addressed so that citizens are convinced. There were missing polling kits in some polling stations, like in Agulu polling station. They did not have the voter registers during presidential and parliamentary election. So we noticed that. So people went looking for where the voters registers were. There was violence, especially gunshots, during declaration of results in Dokolo. And later, 2 people were shot by unknown gunmen at Aurora Primary School polling station. There was also issue of rape that we discovered during post-election monitoring. Citizens reported that they were also tortured. And one serious instance in Aguara, in Dokolo, we noticed that 6 young men raped a young girl. Unfortunately, this girl testified that she was even HIV positive. And remember, the 6 boys raping an HIV positive lady. So this is what prevailed during that period. This one goes to the police. Citizens informed us that most times when there is election, whenever they report cases like those issues of violence, they are turned down. They just tell them, just go back this election period. So they are always frustrated. Cases are not taken and they're turned back. This one we got in Utuke. We also recorded it in a laptop during that time, and even in Dokolo. So they are not attended to. They just take it that it's election period, just go back home. So these are the issues. Now, as civil society, we realized there was need to strengthen voter and civic education. Most of these things are happening because people don't know really what they're supposed to do, and especially the lower voter turnout during local council election. They think it is only the president and MPs that should be elected. We should also improve community sensitization. This one goes to the civil society who are here, especially the community-based organization and the local leaders. We need to sensitize our community to appreciate their civic role and responsibility to participate in the elections. We should embrace peaceful transition of power by all candidates. We noticed, like in Lira, in Lango, about 6 petitions were filed. But all the complainants are as if they lost in all their petitions. So this is so costly, and sometimes they go with costs associated with that. We feel we should always first study and accept where it is needed. This is where Lango can go to a peaceful transition of power. We also look at consideration of electoral reforms that we are proposing to the parliament with time to see how best we can manage that. So I gave this because it will inform our discussion to understand. We are talking about improving citizens' participation in election and considering peaceful transition of power. But what is it? So there are issues that we need to take into consideration as we try to achieve that. What they can present to our Lord Chairman about the situation in Lango, about concerning elections, and I want to welcome the chairperson of our Electoral to give us a keynote address. Thank you so much.
I want to use this opportunity to welcome you to Lango. I know Lango is your home. Before you were appointed to lead the Electoral Commission in this country, you served us in Lango. Diligently want to thank you so much. Oh, members, in the interest of time, allow me to go straight to my speech, which is the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen and esteemed participants, I am honored on behalf of the people of Lango to stand before you and deliberate in respect to the electoral issues in this country. I have prepared a very brief speech that we want to run through. As the leaders in this region, we want to thank the Electoral Commission so much and the team that you have assigned to oversee the election in this region. I want to reaffirm what my colleague has stated. I am from Electoral district. I have my supervisor here. I am in UPC, that is in opposition. But during the electoral process, we are all given equal opportunities, and this is something which very important, and we need to cherish it. So, as the leaders, we feel that we came to office through a free and fair election. And let us clap our hands and appreciate our team from Lango. As the leaders, I would want to focus on the following areas. For us to have a free and fair election in this country, the first thing first is strengthening the institution and framework and electoral integrity. And this one is basically on Electoral Commission. We need to have autonomy and accountable Electoral Commission. It is imperative that the Electoral Commission operates with full autonomy, free from political interference, to maintain the public confidence, ensuring accountability within the Electoral Commission through transparent process. This one will try to put in place the credibility of our Electoral Commission. And as a country, they are always complaining about this. We need to improve on this as a country. There are times where Electoral Commission will try to grow their program, but to some extent there is some political interference. And this one affects the credibility of the Electoral Commission. As a country, we must also ensure that the capacity of our Electoral Commission, especially those who are in charge of election, from top to bottom, we need to ensure that they are equipped with the necessary resources. There are a number of times where we find that Electoral Commission cannot conduct election, like for example, the LC1 election, up to date. So that means we need to equip Electoral Commission with the resources that will make them conduct free and fair election. We need to have the voter registration system, which is robust, which can be done in time, so that we can have a timely election process. Another thing which is also very important is empowering civil society and educating voters. Our chief guest, by now, our citizens should have been, civic education should be going on. We are nearing election, and you find that our voters will go to vote without proper knowledge of why they are going to vote. And it has now led to our voters voting on emotions other than on issues. Somebody who has played with the emotions of people can go to power. leaving out the issues. So this is because of the voter education. In this case, the civil society organization, they play a crucial role in educating the electorate. We need to have a comprehensive voter education program for this country, which is rolled out to all the citizens, so that the citizen can engage constructively in an election. And that one also explains the reason to low turnout of voters, especially in the lower local government. Because at presidential, at parliamentary level, that is where money is flying. When it comes to local election, people are timid. They cannot go for the voting because their mindset is about money. And they're aware these local leaders cannot give them money, so why should they waste time to go and vote? Because they are not empowered, they're not educated. And therefore, leaving out the crucial position that serve them directly. The LC1, the LC2, the LC3, the district councillors, these are the leaders that understand the local needs of our people, but during election, they ignore it. So this is already a challenge. So voter education is very important for us to improve on and have free and fair election. Another one is, if we want to have free and fair election, we need to ensure a secure and peaceful electoral environment. This is where the security personnel comes in. Impartiality and professionalism of our security forces is very important for us to have free and fair election. I think one of the fundamental issues as to why our dear President went to the election but you wonder, the President came to power, interference from the security in election process. This is not acceptable. If we are to have free and fair in the roadblock. So this one affects the credibility of the electoral process. So the police officers, I think our task is to ensure that we treat all the candidates equally. Unless we do that, we cannot say we have free and fair election. The security, in my opinion, should collaborate with the Electoral Commission such that they are able to plan and mitigate any kind of interference or before it explodes. And at times also, the team from Electoral Commission, at times they operate under duress, where at times you are forced to declare the results which is not correct. So we have also seen scenarios which happened sometimes back. So if we are talking about free and fair election, our security forces should create a very good environment, and then they also ensure that the citizens, even the contestants, we don't segregate or sideline them. And I am telling you, there was almost reaching a point where contesting in another party was becoming a risk. The moment you mention that you are contesting, our chief guest, we also need to intensify monitoring electoral process and address the human rights violation.
You have only 2 minutes.
We also need to advocate for protection of all participants' rights throughout the electoral cycle, as cited by the civil society organization. You will find that during the electoral and yet it's very important to ensure that we protect everybody. Another thing which is very crucial is the media. Objective reporting. The media must commit to objective and balanced reporting, providing equitable coverage of all candidates and parties. And also, the media should also avoid using their radio stations or the media stations to set propagandas and misinform the community or the people against a particular candidate. This is not correct. And as we speak now, other media stations, they already have their candidates. And this is very dangerous. We need to be balanced so that the media serves everybody. We also need to engage the political parties and religious leaders and cultural institutions, especially in the areas of mobilizing the communities. And we need to have opportunity for dialogue amongst the candidates, amongst the parties. In case there is disagreement, you can sit, dialogue, so that we have free and fair election. As I conclude, the chief guest, Lango sub-region, as mentioned earlier on, is politically active, and when it comes to election period, you will find that mobilization is very easy. So I want to implore the Commission that starting from this point onwards, we need to engage our communities, especially civic education, so that our communities are informed and then they take informed decision when it comes to voting. If we do that, there is no doubt that we are going to have free and fair election where the results will be, we shall have competent and credible leaders that will lead this country to another level. As the leaders, we want to thank the Electoral Commission. Recently we had by-elections. I want to confirm that all the two by-elections that took place in Lango, you are overseeing by yourself. We were there in Oyam, we were also there in Dokolo. As much as there was some irregularities, but it was not from Electoral Commission. I can commend you for conducting a free and fair by-election, not because my party won, but the credibility was there. Even if we had lost, there was still credibility. From Electoral Commission, I want to reaffirm, there was nothing negative on their side. I want to give an example. In Oyam, when we got the interference from the police and the soldiers who went and took over the entire polling station of Wanglobo, they went and picked about 5 booklets, picked them forcefully in a car, came and loaded it in the ballot box. They went away. So when we reached there with the party president, we made an alarm. Electoral Commission intervened very timely, and they decided that, please, we want a free and fair election. It was a fresh election done. We want to commend the Electoral Commission for that. So this is a sign that our Electoral Commission has all the capacity and credibility to conduct free and fair election, but we should stop interfering in their work. I thank you all. May God bless you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the chairman. Can we clap louder? Thank you very much, the overall chairman of all the chairperson of C5, Lango sub-region, for your presentation. And following that, I would like to invite APAP Colonel Tony Otoa to come and give us a note on elections. So you're welcome. This museum has a wealth of knowledge about election in Uganda. Let's give him attention. Thank you.
I am failing to find a word because the chief guest is someone I knew when he was young. I don't know whether to dress him like I knew him then, or to address him like I know him now. Honorable Justice Byabakama is not only new to me, he has been a friend to me. A young man who wanted to be a friend of all people. As you can see, Justice, I have nothing that makes my speech a little bit orderly, because time has changed. Technology has become something else. But I will talk like the people of the P.O. Box. When I was invited here, I had four things to talk about. But for lack of time, I'll go out very briefly. First of all, it was democracy in Uganda. Is there democracy in Uganda? I can say, then yes, now no. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw it all. The first election I saw was in 1958, the GCO. It was organized by the colonial government. Free and fair. One vote, one man. One man, one vote. Then in 1961, when we were now craving for independence, we had elections. Well, it was contested. Went for the conference, constitutional conference in London, came back and we had another election in 1962. It was free and fair, although it was boycotted by Uganda. Uganda wanted to have it their cultural ways of democracy. You see, democracy can be defined by either a clique of people or just one person or the majority. Chinese may think their system of democracy is the best, and we can't blame them for that as long as there is peace in it. Ladies and gentlemen, I can say with no doubt in my mind that since our president Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, general retired, came to power, we had had relatively good governance for 10 years. After that, I can say it again, he was a different person. So for that matter, I'm going to confine myself entirely on elections. Dogo Justice Byabakama, we have had elections. I participated in elections of 1994, CA elections in Jinja. It was well organized. I participated again. I was a candidate in Jinja, of all people. I didn't come home here to vote to go to Constituent Assembly. I stood in Jinja West. And I won. And the president sent me a message. You know, whether from above and you're a soldier, those two people can tell you. Whether from above you just said, yes, sir. And Museveni said, I know you won the Ginger West election. Leave the politics of Basoga to Basoga. I said, yes, sir. And I will deal with your problem politically. And he did it. Ladies and gentlemen, good elections were held under the chairmanship of Akabwai, 1994, 1996. That was the most beautiful election I've seen when Museveni came to power. But when he began to put cadre of Electoral Commission, the whole thing went to the dogs. I am saying this because I want to be very frank before my old friend, Justice Jabaka. I know he knows me well enough to know who I am. Under Engineer Kegundu, the whole thing was a mess. And now, my old friend here, it was even messier. Can you imagine what was happening? And nobody at all addressed the happenings in our elections. Take, for instance, the Bukedia one. Bukedia, by elections. Take the Kayunga. Kayunga was literally, the winner was robbed in daylight. And the Electoral Commissions had nothing, no voice, because Ayatollah is in power. When I talk about Ayatollah, do you know who I'm talking about? The Supreme Leader of Iran. He's the one who decides. And we have that one also in Uganda, presently. I can say with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking, let me now confine myself to elections in Lango here. The chairperson of Electoral Commission. Lango are very shy when it comes to politics. He doesn't want to be killed just because he did not go and vote properly. He would prefer to stay at home when he knows there is violence. That's why you see the reduction of voters turnout. Because we feel to die for something, it must be worth it. And that is the way we people in Lango do our things. The chairperson, in Lango here, we have had very peaceful elections. Apart from what happened in Bar, which was never, I think, noticed by the previous speaker who talked for the Lango NGO. In Bar, that is election for the woman representative of Lira district, the box which was being taken from Bar to Lira tallying station was changed in daylight in the presence of the escorts who were soldiers and police officers. The person who should have won became the loser, and the loser is now a member of parliament. That is decency in politics. Now in 2026 election, there will be only the battle between NRM and UPC. I can assure you. Other political parties have no place for us here. Maybe somebody will disagree with me, but that is the position. FDC lost their strength when they went two ways. BCJ faction and other somebody's faction, power, Patrick somebody's faction. Lango are now determined to say, no, we're going back to UPC. And that is true. I'm telling you now. And that is where we shall have peace. And we're going to have a very peaceful election in Lango in 2026. Our only problem is the language of the candidates. The language of the candidates. They are candidates without manners. Abusive language. Politics was good during those time of, what did they call it? They call it individual merit. 6 or 7 of you candidates in one constituency would go together and say it out to the audience to hear and see who is talking to them. I did that. We would talk, a candidate would talk, and it was by picking numbers. If you are number 1, you talk first, number so and so you talk first. That was politics, because people would listen to all of you. But these days, when political parties were now on their own to do their campaign, politics became something else. It's a matter of death and life. Yes, democracy exists as long as it is done regularly, but is it fair and free? No, not now. 2026 election is going to be the most chaotic elections as long as electoral reform is not rectified by our present member of parliament of the 11th parliament. It is now only just about 1 year and something, and they are not looking at that. They are talking about something else. Corruption. Maybe I will find time to brief talking about corruption. I tried it yesterday when bidding farewell to our very dedicated City Town Club, the departed Tibihika. When I wanted to talk about corruption, the person on the chair said, "No, sir, Muse, sit down. Your 2 minutes is out." Because nobody wants anybody to talk about corruption. Corruption for the last 10-15 years, Ndugu Chairperson, in Uganda is now open, tolerable by the power that be. You can imagine 3 people sitting in parliament, the commissioners, and deciding to pay themselves some, what they were calling it, I don't know, allowances or whatever. 1.7 billion shillings among themselves, without even the knowledge of parliament. And the whole of parliament is quiet about it. I blame all these things on you young men. In our time, we were youth wing. We would stand up for the wrong that we see happening. You remember 1964, when the army went on rebellion for their payment and conditions of living? We, the UPC youth winger, said No. You are there to protect the people and their properties of Uganda. Leave the matter of pensions and salaries to us. And we improve the standard of living of our soldiers. But these days, young men, you are all cowards. You don't stand up for your rights. I've been watching on these new things you people play about with. One professor got into the lecture room and talked to one student and said, "Get out. I don't want you here." And the girl got out. Nobody said anything about it. Pope, I think Benedict, or Paul II.
Monsieur, I can give you 2 more minutes.
John Paul II said, where there is no justice, there is no peace. And the way we allow ourselves to move without putting our feet down and said, no, this is wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be like we are. Poverty will eat all of us. My last question now. What sort of leader would you like to know? The one who says, I am your leader, follow me. Or the one who said, I am your leader, I will follow you. Do you get me? What sort of a leader would you be in this question? Huh? We are talking about election. NRM will never find a candidate. Only one candidate is the one who knows it all. Are we going to go on like this? NRA caucus, NRA CEC, the Kadagas and all these things, can't even talk and say, Mr. President, at 80, and Utoy is 84. That's why you see me, I'm not standing very steadily. And I think I'm rusty in my thinking. Can still go on. And you say, he is the only candidate you know. The only person with the ideas? Are there no good people who are robust, who can take charge? This question of father and son in politics, Lango will always say no to it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the retired colonel for his elaborate discussion about elections right from 1954. So we have learned a lot from there, and I like the way he mobilized the youth to actively participate in the electoral process. The youth form the majority of the population of Uganda, and we are very much interested in investing in them to shape the political process in Uganda in a non-violent form, but in conformity with the legal provisions of the laws of Uganda. So that is it. And he also mentioned something about corruption. I think this is what I was talking about, bribery in elections. So I seem not to see the bishop of the Diocese of Lango, who could have spoken on behalf of the religious institutions. He's not around, but he assured me he would be here. But I think maybe some other commitments have caught him up. Now, we are reserving the panel for a later period. And I would like to take this time to invite the district election administrator of Lira City to come and invite the regional election administrator of Northern Uganda, who later will invite the PRO, the Electoral Commission, and there we shall have the Lord Chairperson talk to us, and later we shall have a panel and have responses later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Once again, maybe for those ones who came in late, I'm Hasacha Rashid, District Election Administrator, Lira City. Members, as you can all see, today is a very special day in Lira City. We are not taking it for granted. Going by the program that has been distributed, I was supposed to have an engagement with you for some good minutes, but we feel it is better, since the big man is in the house, we adjusted the program to ensure that he can have an ample time and opportunity to share with you people. Otherwise, if we limit his time, we may have other areas not touched. As a Lira City, I have less to mention. I feel we should all sit attentively and we hear from the big man. Otherwise, I remain Hasacha Rashid, there, Lira City. For that reason, therefore, let me invite the regional election officer, who is my immediate supervisor, to later on pass on the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Lordship, the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the Chairman of all Chairpersons of LC5 within the region, the RCC of Lira City, elders around, all participants in their respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, allow me add my voice on welcoming you to Northern Region and specifically Lira City. Your Lordship, allow me appreciate the Lango Sub-Region Civil Society Organization's arrangement for having thought about having this kind of dialogue. For I know that it is out of this that we can get areas where we need to bridge. Your Lordship and participants, I'm so much appreciative that today we are here, and I'm so much aware that at the end of the day we shall have so much to learn, we shall have shared a lot, and we shall go back and put gaps and bridge them where need to be. It's my pleasure, with those few remarks, to invite the head public relations, who will in turn invite you for your speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lord Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the Chairperson of Chairpersons, the different leaders, local leaders here and regional leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Lord Chairperson, these people are waiting to hear from you. And we don't want to waste any more time. I want to take this opportunity, but before that, to thank the Chairperson of Chairpersons on the point that he mentioned on the media. I concur fully that the media is very important in these processes, and that telling stories that are objective, that are balanced, that are professional, makes a very strong contribution, so that the stories are as balanced and objective as possible. Lord Chair, it's my honor, singular honor, to invite you to speak to your people. Thank you. Please clap as he comes to the podium.
We clap again. Louder. Come on. Let's welcome the chairman. You know, it's a very rare opportunity to have such a person in your community.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. The chairperson of the chairpersons, and all of you distinguished participants in your respective capacities. My old friend and senior citizen, Kano retired Otoa. You are all very much welcome. It is a great privilege and honor for me to be in Lira, particularly Lira City once again, and Lango in general. As someone said, Lango is very dear to me because in my career life I have 3 phases so far. Phase 1 was when I started the service as a state attorney, the Department of Public Prosecutions, where I worked for 27 years. That's why I started my career after university. My second phase, which started in 2009, was when I was appointed the judge of the High Court. I became a judicial officer. And my first posting was in Lango sub-region, Lira in particular. That's why I say it is so dear to me. I'm now on my 3rd phase of my career as chairman of the Electoral Commission. I think I give praise and glory to God for having taken me through that career path. First and foremost, I would like to commend and congratulate Lango Civil Society Network for having organized this gathering, and most importantly, having found it befitting to invite me to be part of this gathering. I do not take it for granted. Thank you so much, Lango Civil Society Network. As Electoral Commission, a wonderful country called Uganda, it is not only for the benefit of the Electoral Commission, but for the country as a whole. Because, as I keep saying time and again, the Electoral Commission does not exist for the chairperson, does not exist for the commissioners, or the staff of the Electoral Commission at headquarters and in the field. It exists for the people of Uganda. Because Article 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is very explicit. It says power belongs to the people, and the people shall exercise their free will and consent to determine who will govern them and how they will be governed. They will be governed through the conduct or the holding of regular, free and fair elections. That's very critical and fundamental. That's why we say we exist to enable the people of Uganda exercise their sovereign right under the Constitution to determine who their leaders are at regular intervals. That's why we exist. However, as I've pointed out in different fora, for that to be realized, the Commission cannot work as a silo or in isolation. It cannot work alone. For us to realize the desire of a free and fair election, we must work together. We must be on the same page. The organizers, that is the Electoral Commission, the candidates, the supporters of the candidates, the voters, political parties, civil society groups and organizations, religious settings, cultural settings, everyone, the media, everyone must be at the same level, because our desire, our expectation is one: a free and fair election. And that can only be realized when all of us act in accordance with the law, when all of us give cognizance to the supremacy of the law, beginning with the Constitution and all other laws made thereunder. That's when we can say, yes, I'm part of this process. However, as it always is the case, human nature being what it is, there will always be those who want to take a different line or trajectory. This is historical. We've seen it from those of us who read the Bible. We've seen it from the Bible days. You start with the two sons, the first two sons of human beings we know in the Bible, Adam and Abel and Cain. What happened? One killed another. The two brothers, whom we know were the first to be born of Adam and Eve, one developed jealousy, envy over the other. It ended up in murder. These are historical facts. Then you have the 12 disciples of Jesus who betrayed him, one of them. Now, the issue, in my view, ladies and gentlemen, is not the entire absence of sincerity or goodwill on the part of some actors, but how we manage these unfortunate episodes that, if they are allowed to foster and grow, they can impinge on what we desire as an outcome of an election. If our desire is a free and fair election, the issue is that can we all abide by the law? Does not matter whether you are in a security. Does not matter whether you are a leader of a political party. Does not matter whether you are the most powerful candidate in Lango sub-region. The issue is, am I compliant with the law? Ladies and gentlemen, why were laws put in place in the first place? Because the human being at the heart can be unruly if he is not restricted or contained or controlled. If I have said this, and I repeat, if on one occasion we are to say in this country the courts are closed for 2 days, the police is not operational for 2 days, the prisons are not operational for 2 days, law enforcement is out of the way for 2 days, I can assure you, you would even be surprised to see even a person like Kanotoa say, But I thought Muzee was a very decent man. Look what is happening. Because there is no law to restrict or to govern the conduct of human beings. When you remove the law from the conduct of human beings, anarchy steps in. So that's why we say that the starting point for all of us as citizens of this country, we must be law-abiding. That's the beginning point. Secondly, we must be respectful of one another. We are all citizens of this land. Therefore, we are equal under the Constitution. Nobody is a more senior citizen, or we refer to our elders senior citizens on account of their age, on account of their experience, and on account of what the contributions have made to society, but not on account of humanity, that they are more human beings than we are in this enclave, in this country called Uganda. When it comes to that, we are equal. That's why the law says nobody is above the law. We are all under the law. Ladies and gentlemen, in our quest, in our determination, in our desire to determine who governs us, the Electoral Commission was given the mandate to manage the processes that will enable the people of Uganda cast their votes in a free and fair process or manner. However, in order to do that, the people must be aware of their civic rights and obligations. I always want to refer to article, to the objectives under the Constitution. Before you come to the articles, those of you who are conversant with the Constitution, you come to the objectives as laid out by the makers of the Constitution. And they say in the objective paragraph 29, I think, XXIX, duties of a citizen. The exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly it shall be the duty of every citizen. In other words, the Constitution lays out your various freedoms and rights: the freedom to life, the freedom to own property, the freedom to associate. However, it says that these rights are on the same footing as the duties and obligations. While you are entitled to your rights and freedoms, you should also be cognizant, you should also be aware of the duties and obligations you have under the Constitution. What are some of these? 1, to be patriotic and loyal to Uganda and promote its well-being. That's a duty for each one of us. Me, you, everybody. Whoever subscribes or calls himself as is identified as a confirmed citizen of this country. You have a right, you have a duty to be patriotic and loyal to Uganda and promote its well-being. The second civic duty is to engage in gainful work for the good of that citizen, the family, and the common good, and contribute to national development. Gainful work. We are all required to engage in gainful work for the good of yourself as an individual, for the good of your family, for the good of your community, and then contribute to national development. How? By paying taxes. To contribute to the well-being of the community where the citizen lives. What is your contribution to the community where you belong? Or are you a troublemaker or a troubleshooter? Are you a cause of chaos, instability in your area? The other duty is to promote responsible parenthood. Promote responsible parenthood. I hope there is nobody here who was accused the other day the police for child neglect. To foster national unity and live in harmony with others. That's also another duty. To foster national unity and live in harmony with others. Are we propagating our tribes as a tool for political patronage or for political capital? Are we advancing our cultural differences or religious beliefs as a tool for political capital? The Constitution has said that you must promote, you must foster national unity and live in harmony with others. To promote democracy and the rule of law, then to acquaint yourself with the provisions of the Constitution and uphold and defend the Constitution and the law. These are civic duties that every citizen has in this country. Now, when it comes to elections, therefore, however well organized the Electoral Commission is, however timely materials are delivered to polling stations, if the other stakeholders are not willing to play by the book, are not willing to act in accordance with the law, the incidences I think the chairperson was talking about in Oyam North, where some people came and invaded polling stations and grabbed the ballot books and ballot staff, but we intercepted that process and we put aside those boxes and we allowed the voters to cast their votes in a fresh box. Who perpetrated those things? Were these citizens or non-citizens? When we talk of voter bribery, corruption in elections, Keynote talked about the cancer of corruption. Indeed, corruption is a big problem in this country. It has reared its ugly head in elections. Our democracy is like it is on sale, it is on auction. The highest bidder takes. Some MPs tell me now for one to vie or to try and contest for member of parliament, you must have a war chest or kit of about 500 million and above in order for you to make an attempt that you want to contest. Really? What kind of a democracy is this? What if a person who has all the good qualities of a leader does not have the war kit or the bags or sacks of money? So are you telling him or her not to endeavor to try? So these are things we need to address, ladies and gentlemen, as we determine, as we desire to have elections that are credible, that are free and fair. In order for you to appreciate your sovereign right as a citizen, you must embrace the programs and the activities that the Electoral Commission lays out. We very well know that for you to contest or become a voter, you must be registered. Are you a registered voter or not? If you are not a registered voter, then are you in line with your duty under the Constitution to promote democracy? If you are a registered voter, on polling day, are you turning up, leaving your home to go to the polling station to cast your vote or not? People have alluded to low voter turnout. Indeed, the issue of low voter turnout is of great concern to the Commission. If I can give you, I asked my people to give me the statistics for Lango sub-region alone, because I know I was going to address the people of Lango sub-region. Look at these statistics. In 2021, Aleptong, the total number of registered voters were 115,804. 115,804. Now, the total votes cast, both valid and invalid, in other words, the people who came out to vote, were 68,827. 68,827, representing 59.4%. For Amolata, the total number of registered voters, 71,173. The total votes cast, in other words, one man, one vote, the votes that were counted, valid or invalid, were 53,184. 53,184, representing 74.7%. Apache, total voters, 88,834. Total votes, 55,413, representing 62.4%. You want any more figures I give you? Sure? Lira City. Okay, we shall come to that. Kore, no Apache. No Apache I've given. Kore, 118,240. 118,240. Total votes cast, 69,845. 69,845. Representing 59.1% voter turnout. Kwania, 87,587 voters. 87,587 voters. Total votes cast, 56,002. Representing 63.9%. 63.9%. Lira district, 103,180. 103,180 voters. Total votes were 63,486, representing 61.5%. 61.5%. Lira City, I think some people identify themselves as dwellers of Lira City and therefore voters. 111,772. 111,772 voters. Total votes, 54,354. Representing 48.6%. Lira was the poorest performer. Lira City. Lira City was the poorest in Lango sub-region. 48.6%. Then you go to Otuke, 48,541 total registered voters, 48,541. Total votes cast, 34,019, representing 70.1% of voter turnout. Oyam, 184, 88,000, 184,088. Total number of votes cast, 102,874, representing 55.9%. So those figures represent the voter turnout in Lango sub-region. Now, the question is, why do we have this? These are presidential, by the way. These figures are for presidential and parliamentary elections on the 12th. No, 14th rather. Presidential and parliamentary. These are the figures for voter turnout. We should ask ourselves why. Keynote has tried to give some reason. Maybe people have been put off. Maybe, I don't know. But are people aware of their civic rights? Are the people sensitized adequately? Candidates, I thought it was your benefit when you mobilize voters to come out and vote for you. What is the problem? As the Electoral Commission, we print ballot papers premised on the total the number of voters on the National Voters Register. In 2021, we had a total as per the register of 118 million point about 100 something thousand, between 18 million and 18.4. We print therefore ballot papers in the range of 20 million. Because you know some people, the law allows any voter who has not yet put the ballot the ballot paper in the box, if he or she has made a mistake, to go back to the presiding officer and say, I've made a mistake, give me another ballot paper. So that's why we print over and above. Now, if you look at this, all these ballot papers therefore, which were not utilized on account of low voter turnout, are a waste. They can no longer be utilized. When it comes to local government, that is even worse. Local government is even worse. I don't know, Chairman, how many voters elected you. Were they 30 or 40%? They were less than that. Absolutely. Local government is even worse. For presidential parliamentary, you may have some number. Incidentally, by the way, in 2021, the total number of voters who turned up to vote for presidential, to participate in presidential parliamentary, we are about 59.104%. We are not even 60%, which is still not so high. We are told by some pundits or experts, but this is the trend everywhere. In other countries, it is the same. Sure? I don't know. But I'm talking about our country, Uganda, where the people have experienced so much in the past that the makers of the Constitution took cognizance of the past of this of the past episodes and history of this country, and says, we the people of Uganda, recalling our history, which has been characterized by political and constitutional instability, recalling our history. So the framers of this constitution grounded their work on the past history of this country and said, given what we have experienced, what we have gone through, now therefore we resolve as follows. Are the citizens well sensitized, well mobilized, galvanized to embrace this sovereign authority, this sovereign power? What do we do? People have said the Electoral Commission, you must do sufficient, you don't do enough voter education. Yes, it is our duty to conduct voter education. Agreed. And indeed, we acknowledge that in some instances, we are not carrying out voter education as we should, because matters of elections are expensive. That's why when I was given the opportunity to come for this engagement, I embraced it with both hands, so that we engage with you and discuss these matters which are of mutual concern to all of us. How do we move forward to address the challenges in our elections? Secondly, some other stakeholders have said that the instances of violence are putting off some voters, particularly the elderly. They don't want to be caught up in these violent waves that occur during elections. They are put off. Who engineers this violence? Who? It is the people. We are the people who do this violence. Who lures the younger men into militants, electoral militants. Who lures them? We were having a by-election in Katakui, I think in a constituency called Toroma, when we had just come in. And I was heading to one of the polling stations deep down near the water, the lake, I think. I was stopped by the then Director of Operations, Uganda Police Force, who had been deployed to manage the security aspects of the elections, the by-elections. He told me, don't go to that polling station chairman. He said, what's the problem? He said, the youth are rowdy, they are drunk, they even manhandled me, though he was in uniform, and he was rushing back to get reinforcement, because he had only moved with his escort. Now he was going to get reinforcement, so don't go there. Indeed, after about 10 minutes, he bypassed. He went with a truck load, and they arrested these youth. You know what had happened? One of the candidates said to have given them waragi in the morning, and they were zonked by 9 a.m. They were causing chaos at the polling station. Who does this? They were arrested, taken to the police, and you know, the moment waragi wears you off, that's when you come back to your normal senses. And now they were pleading for mercy. Say, please forgive us. We were given this waragi, you know, we were given this drink, you know. Who does that? Ladies and gentlemen, is this the kind of election we want? The law prohibits bribery of voters. It is here. I think section 59 or 60 something. It says anyone who gives any gift to influence a voter commits the offense of bribery. But we are told on the eve of polling, the day before polling, at night, soap, salt, sugar, what have you, they start moving around people's homes. Who does that? And yet the law is very clear. No bribery. Hate speech is also something that we're having now. Hate speech. Social media is good, but it's being abused by some people. Propagate hate speech. Propagate sectarianism. Religious bigotry. Who is doing that? We have said, and I repeat, it is very easy. Mzee Kano Otoa. We can have a very free and fair, peaceful election in this country. It's very easy, provided the people choose to act in accordance with the law. We have many examples. You have referred to the by-election we had in Dokoro the other day. I was there. I never heard of any incident at any polling station. I never. Why? Is it because the cows were in control? Or the goats were in control of the process? It's because the human beings who were part of this process chose to act in accordance with the law. They chose to be civil. And everything was so calm and so peaceful. So it is a question of choice. What do the people of Uganda want? What is our choice? The Constitution has guaranteed we can have free and fair elections. However, you must distinguish between free and fair elections and a perfect election. There is no perfect election in any part of the world. I don't think it is there. It's not. That's why they say free and fair, by all accounts. Have all the voters been given opportunity to express themselves without any obstruction, without any hindrance, without any threats, fear, or intimidation? Were the voters given the opportunity, were the citizens given opportunity to register themselves as voters? Were they well sensitized? Did they know which polling station to go to? Did they confirm their names are on the register? All these are the things that we do as Electoral Commission, and that's why for the general elections we release our roadmap well in advance. 2 years or 3 years to voting day. Why? So that the citizens are informed. The political parties are informed well in time and start to organize yourselves. We never carry out anything in secret. No. Even these ugly episodes we are talking about, they are not perpetrated by the managers of the electoral of the elections. Kano Goto has referred to Bukedea and Kayunga. You know, as a lawyer and a judge for that matter, I respect what they call the sub judice rule. The Kayunga matter is seen before the courts of law. It has not been resolved. So I will refrain from. Now, the Bukedea is under investigation. We are waiting for the report, for the outcome, to know what exactly happened. So I wouldn't like to say anything that may therefore soil or impact on what is being done by these other entities. But the bottom line, the basic message here is that whatever ills, whatever commissions, whatever misdeeds or irregularities are noted or committed during elections are done by one of us stakeholders. One of us stakeholders. And therefore, this brings us to the question, how do we improve on this? How do we eradicate some of these unfortunate episodes? What we are doing is one of the answers: engagement. And I want to commend all of you who have pointed out some of the issues that emerged during the 2021 general elections. The question is, as Electoral Commission, what do we intend to do? When we came into the Commission in 2017, there was this pronounced issue which was being repeated over and over and over and over, of the late delivery of materials, polling materials on voting day in 2016 in some polling stations in Kampala and Wakiso, which were just a stone throw from the Electoral Commission headquarters. That thing, you know, people kept talking about it. And as a commission, we owned it and said, yes, it happened. It was unfortunate it happened. But aware, mindful of what happened in 2016, when it came to 2021, we took steps to ensure this does not happen again. And indeed, in Kampala and in those areas, there was no repeat of such mistake. Now, late delivery of materials, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to acknowledge, a general election takes place in every part of the country. It's not like a by-election. For those of you who have participated in by-elections, you have seen we deploy all vehicles of the Commission from other districts, from headquarters, to come and assist the returning officer in the conduct of this process. We make sure the materials are delivered in time. But in a general election, where we are covering the entire country, we do not have commission vehicles or logistics to make sure that we do things as we want them. We desire that. That's why we mobilize vehicles from the districts, district administrations, and so on, so that we can try to deliver these materials as early as possible. And polling starts at 7. In some instances, there might be some delay because of challenges of accessibility of the polling station, because of geographical features, and so on and so forth. But our take is that we would want all polling stations to open as early as possible. At times, I went to a certain polling station during by-elections in Kasese North or Kasese Ward. This one we conducted the other day. up in the mountains. Some of the polling stations are up there in the mountains. And because when I go in these areas, I don't sit in my hotel. I move around the whole day. See what's happening. Now, I was told, Chairman, there is a polling station here in this mountainous area, but to get there, you can only go there on foot. I said, sure? Said, yes. I said, I must go there. They said, are you sure, Chairman? I said, yes. So I got out of my vehicles, left them at the roadside. We moved. About 2 kilometers. Yes. Now, they told me that even a motorcycle, there is a portion which it cannot cross. Indeed, we reached a certain portion where you have a rock here and a rock here. So this motorcycle cannot navigate through this opening. For you on foot, you have to go like this, and then you go to the polling station. When I got there, and we were going downhill like this, I found the polling station working. I asked the presiding officer, how did you get these materials here? On my head. We carried them on our heads. That's why we brought this kit here. I was so moved with emotion. I think I had some little money on me. I gave each one of them 20,000 shillings. I said, thank you so much for being committed to the cause. Now, gentlemen and ladies, a polling station like that one, where people have to carry materials on the head, for you, your expectation should be opened by 7 a.m. Granted. But you see these challenges. Coming back, oh Yamawi, coming back from that polling station to the main road, by the time I reached the road, it was like I dived into a pool and taken a shower. It was drenched. These are the dynamics of managing elections. But when you, the stakeholders, appreciate and understand what the commission is up to and how the commission does its work, I can assure you everything goes smoothly. And the people were there voting. And that's not only Karamoja. I'm told it's in Karamoja and some areas that they have to go up the hill of the mountain. Again, you have to use human beings to carry the kit, the electoral materials. Exactly. You have to go there. Wherever the voters of this country are, we have to go there. In Lake Victoria, we have over 50 islands. And our people have to use these canoes, which we hire. They have to use these canoes with a box of electoral materials to get to these polling stations. Democracy can only succeed, can only get better when the people of Uganda say we want it to get better. Collectively, all of us. Now, the other issue that we have to address, ladies and gentlemen, some of the things that were being talked about here. I pray, and this is my humble prayer, that other than waiting for a forum like this one, and we raise these matters, if we could proactively raise them, for instance, immediately after, because on polling day we know we have little time and so on, we have to declare the results in 48 hours, voting must end that day, and therefore some of the challenges you are pointing out, where they are reported in time and where we can address them, we address them. But at times they may not be addressed. But where such things take place, as I think the James was highlighting, we wish that after the electoral process, these matters could be raised to the commission. One, we interrogate what happened. Was it deliberate or not? At times, some of the things we had, for example, I think Mwenge North, parliamentary, the ballot paper had mistakes. I think the names of the candidates were mixed up with their photos. It became so confusing. Polling could not take place. Now, that the mistake was made during printing. And I want to tell you, because you may ask, why couldn't you discover the mistake? Ale, these ballot papers are printed outside Uganda. They come packed according to the district, according to the constituency, according to the sub-county, according to the parish. They come packed and they are sealed. We are so transparent in this country that when the airplane is touching down at Entebbe Airport, bringing these ballot papers, we inform everybody. The political parties, the candidates, and say, please, the plane is touching down. Can you come and witness the delivery of these materials, these electoral ballot papers, so that you do not say, I think something must have been offloaded somewhere. So they come, we offload the plane, we offload these things, we put them on our trucks and take them to the warehouses where we keep them. When it comes to packing, distribution, what we call packing, that is, now we are going to distribute to Amolatan. We are distributing now to Apache. We are distributing now to Kore. We are distributing to Guru. Remember, these are already packed and sealed. We do not open any package containing the ballot papers or booklets in order to see is the photograph of Kano Otoa aligned to his name or not. The first time that ballot paper or ballot book is opened and for the contents to be seen is when it is at the polling station on polling day. That's when, if there is any mistake in the printing, that's when it is discovered. Say, oh my God, a mistake was made here. However, the blame goes to who? The Electoral Commission. Because we are responsible and we accept that. But these are the dynamics that if you ever tried to open any package of ballot books for any electoral area and they find one thing is broken, all hell will break loose. This is rigging. You see, the commission is rigging already. This thing, the other day, where were we? Were we in Oyamno? Or where? These black boxes, where we carry these materials, we call it the kit, where the ballot books are, the whatever to be used. We seal them. We press seals which have numbers. One of them, the seal was broken. Wow, 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 wow. There was a chaos. How is the seal broken? The seal is broken. How is this? Look, we try to explain that, look, these boxes are many. We put them on a truck. Now, you know, when the truck is moving, you know, the mobility, you know, they go swinging, and the process, the seal gets broken. No, 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 no. It cannot be. This is deliberate. Oh, it's rigging. Said Wajama, you check. What are the contents inside? We even give out, what do we call that thing we give out? The file, statement of ballot papers. We even give the candidates the serial numbers of all the ballot papers at that particular polling station. We give transparency. Now, when they say the Electoral Commission is not transparent, the Electoral Commission is biased, I don't understand it. In the electoral laws, it is well spelled out that immediately polling is closed, counting must take place. The results have to be recorded in the DR form, Declaration of Results form. The contestants who are here, the ladies, they know. And the outcome of that polling station must be recorded. The agents of the candidates have to witness that. They have to put their signatures on this form confirming this is what has transpired here. Each candidate is entitled to a copy of this DR form. we give it to you. If you have an agent, if you should not deploy an agent at polling station, that's your business. We give you this form so that you know this is what I've got. My opponents have got this at this polling station. And you can aggregate from all the polling stations and you know what you have scored. Transparency. In other countries, they use closed polling booth where the voter must go and be alone with the ballot box, having secured or obtained the ballot paper from the other table. Closed booth. In Uganda, they said, when Kanotua goes to that box alone, booth alone, he's always putting on coats and suits. We don't know what he has put in his coat. He might reach there and just do this and things pour out. Let us put it in the open. And people ask us, but why do you allow people to vote in the open? Said, for purposes of transparency. Our booth, the basin, is there. The voter goes, ticks or thumbprints from the booth. When everybody is seeing, as he or she leaves, we tend to fold the ballot paper. You are folding how many? Are you folding 3 or 4? People are seeing. Only one. Then you put it in the ballot box. All these measures were put in place for purposes of transparency. We are told some of your people, some of your presiding officers and other people, they are the people who do manyanga at these polling stations. They work for some candidates. And we say, wajameni, for us, we recruit these people from the communities. I told the parliament, because the MPs were raising this issue. Your people, the people you employ, these temporary staff, do you screen them? Where do you get them from? We said, give us money. We get a returning officer from Aleptong, no, a presiding officer from Aleptong, we take him to Mbarara to be a presiding officer in Mbarara. For one from Mbarara, we take him to Yumbe, where he's not known or she's not known. Can you afford that as a country? Because it means you are taking these people from their homes. One, you must find them accommodation. You give them money to sleep in hotels. But if they are going to work in the villages, are there hotels in the villages? Even if government was to afford. But can the government even afford it? Can the country afford it? Not at all. So we said, when we recruit these people, we recruit them openly. We advertise and people apply. When they have applied and we have vetted them, we put up the names and say, these are the people we have recruited. Do you have any issues with any of them? You are the one to, because they are from your communities. Now, we are not physically in charge and control of these people up to the time of polling. We were only with them during training and so on. After that, they go to their homes. The night before, we don't know who feeds them what. The day before polling, we do not know who feeds our presiding officer what. The following day, for us, we know they are reporting on duty. We have trained them. We are going to pay them. And then they come and do other things. I was at a certain polling station, which by-election was this? I went to a certain polling station towards closing time. It was about 4:55 p.m. Closing, voting closes at 4. So I found a number of people, mostly young people, standing. It was a trading center. Standing in the trading center, the polling station was across the road. Now, as it was just about clock 4, I saw this group of people of more than 50 rushing to the queue as voters. The presiding officer, together with the BVK, this thumbprint machine, they were just giving out ballot papers. said, for goodness sake, what are you doing? What are you doing? That these are voters. You are not checking them on the BVK. You are not even checking for them on the register. And you are just dishing out ballot papers. Stop it. Now, when these other voters realized that the trick was not working, they melted it away and left. But I chanced to go to that polling station, by election. In a general election, the chairman and the commissioners are locked up at the National Tally Center, waiting for the presidential results. We cannot be in the field. The returning officer is at the district tally center. He cannot be, or she cannot be in the field. The people in charge of your ballot papers and the processes at the polling stations are the presiding officers, maybe together with the sub-county supervisors and parish supervisors. They are in charge of the presidential ballot paper, the parliamentary ballot papers. They are in charge. The chairman is there, National Tally Center. Is the chairman able to see what is going on at a polling station or a rural primary school? Not at all. The presiding officer? Not at all. What can we do? We need to do a lot of soul searching. They were doing this thing. I think somebody must have told them, when it comes to 4 o'clock, when you're about to close, please. Who does that? It's we, the stakeholders. Do we want a free and fair election? Yes. Do we want a credible process? Yes, because that's what we all say. Are we living what we say? Are we acting what we say? The youth, our youth. It's unfortunate. Some of us, leaders, would be guiding our youth, imbuing in them certain values of good sense and conduct, and obeying or following the law. We instead use them as foot soldiers for our wrongs. We use them to perpetuate violence. We use them to provoke law enforcement, such that when law enforcement reacts, it gives you mileage. My supporters are being harassed. My supporters are being handled this way. Is that what we want? We have seen this. That's why we are now embarked on a program of engaging with the youth and say, please, the youth, you have brains. You have the will to make a choice to distinguish between good and bad. Whoever comes to you and tries to lure you into illegal acts, who wants to make you a statistic of mishandling or alleged mishandling by security services, avoid that person. Shun that individual. Ask yourself, what value do I benefit as an individual from this activity which I'm being lured into? Is it of any good to me? Secondly, is it of any good to the country? If I love my country, if we are all patriots, if we all have love for the country, is what we are engaging in good for the country? As I wind up, ladies and gentlemen, because normally we want to hear comments and views. I'm sure some of you have so many. I always use this opportunity to hear from you. Elections are good because they keep leaders on a check and accountable, because they have to go back to the people. Secondly, they enable us, however small we are as citizens, in our respective capacities, to be required to determine the fate of this candidate. However, elections in themselves are not the ultimate. Elections, however peaceful, however credible, however free and fair, are not the end result. the ultimate, the end result is a peaceful, stable, tranquil country that allows every citizen or non-citizen to go about the various activities that they do for their own good, either to earn a living or to serve other people for an income, which income will improve on our well-being, enable us to educate our children, enable us to have a good life. That's what is the ultimate of a free and fair election. Because if you are going to have a free and fair election per se, but you as an individual, your state of well-being does not change, then what is the ultimate? So that's why in the Electoral Commission, it is our take that there is life after an election. There is continuity after an election. The district is not going to end with this by-election. The country will not end with this election. There is a Uganda thereafter, until God who created it says, no more Uganda. But what kind of Uganda are we interested in? Whether you're of this party, whether you're of this religion, whether you're of this cultural background, whether you talk this tribe, I mean this language or that one. What is it that we want as a country? Peace, stability, socio-economic transformation. All the programs that government is introducing, PPM, what have you, all these NGOs are propagating, they can only succeed in an environment of peace and stability. Northern Uganda has experienced instability. We all know the dangers of instability. Do we want an election that threatens our peace and stability? Not at all. I always use this example. I grew up in a village. That's where I was born. And unlike today, when you have boreholes, in our times, the boreholes were, I don't think I ever saw a borehole during my time, when I was growing up in the 60s. Our well was a pond of water, a pond, where we used to go and you find green algae and leaves and all this. Then you first, with your container, you first do this in order to get presumably clean water. You to scoop some water in your container and take home. That was the village well. At times, the neighbors would quarrel among themselves over their own issues. Maybe women quarreling, a wife of X quarreling with the wife of Y, they even fight. Or even men. They would fight over boundaries, over what, and so on. Either at a drinking place. But when it comes to drawing water, they all go to the same well. They all go to the same well. Even though they fought the day before. But they need water. They go to the same well. Now, even if I knew Otoa's family also collects water from here. So now, therefore, let me spoil this water. By the time they come, they find it muddy. I would not do that. Because I'm drawing water from this well, together with my family. So it did not matter that I quarreled with Otoa and his family. This is the same well, we must all preserve it. Peace and stability is like that. Whether you belong to this political party, or this religion, or this tribe, or this what, the well of peace and stability is what we all drink from as Ugandans. We cannot afford to jeopardize it. We cannot afford to steer it up and spoil it. Otherwise, we shall all drink instability and its effects. So that's why we say, as a commission, that let us work together. Let us address all these issues. My senior citizen and brother, in 2021, people said, this election with the COVID-19, we don't know. We don't know whether we shall survive. In Kampala, here you don't. Here in the villages, things are different. In Kampala, people stocked bags of rice, bags of posho, bags of beans, bags of charcoal, because they didn't know when they will come out again after elections, after the elections, whether when the markets will be open again, whether they will be able to buy things again. So you stock enough food to last you at least a month. They feared that there was going to be violence after elections. It did not happen. The country continued. Why? Because the people of Uganda said, we don't want instability. Yes, we had challenges, incidentally. We had unfortunate episodes, like the riots, where some blood was shed, where people lost their lives. Very unfortunate. Nobody wants that. But could it have been avoided? Could it have been avoided? Yes, it could. How? If all of us had chosen to say, much as I would want to do it this way, but because the Electoral Commission says this is how it should be done, because of this, since it applies to all of us, let me also follow suit. But some people said, no, we are not going to accept that. We are not going to accept that. We are going to do things, elect campaigns as we do them. Why should they restrict us? Why should they restrict us from holding rallies, mass rallies? No. Then that was the cause of that unfortunate episode. That if we can only say, I would have wanted to do it this way, but because the law says I do it this way. It's like maybe some of us want to drive on the right. Maybe I want to drive on the right. But the law says you drive on the left. If you do not follow that, then you break, you commit a traffic offense. So let us follow the law. So I want to assure you, if we are all determined, if we all resolve that we are going to have a peaceful, free and fair election come 2026, no matter what, that's what it's going to be. Remember, Uganda is said to be the second largest host to refugees in the world. Second largest host in the world. Where have these refugees come from? These are citizens of countries whose countries do not have what is in Uganda here, the peace and stability. It's not there. It's not easy to leave your country, you people. You have worked in your area, you have put up your investment, you have put up your home, everything, then you are told, leave. If you don't leave, you're finished. Then you come to become a destitute, a refugee in another country. Ladies and gentlemen, my take as chairman of this commission is that working together with the people of Lango sub-region and the entire Uganda, we can have peaceful elections come 2026. We can have elections without all these evils, bribery, violence, hate speech, incitement, and so on. We can avoid all that because we have one well we drink from, the Republic of Uganda. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Lord Chairman, Electoral Commission, for addressing us. Can we clap again? Yes, we have heard a lot, but I can conclude that the chairman said it is our collective responsibility to ensure peaceful, free and fair election, not only in Lao, but the entire country. So I think this is what we should take. I have ever told, that is my councillor representing my sub-county to the district, and also the chairman here. I have ever told them, if you one time give me money to vote for you, because I vote for them, count one of your votes out. That is my vote. plus 10 others. So those 10 will also have 10 more others. So that is, I don't take that kind of thing. So this is a time we need to change. It's only about change. I keep on wondering why somebody can sell his or her votes at 2,000. Lord Chairman, here, citizens take only 500 shillings. And by the following day, 25,000. So they are very cheap. That's the situation. Yeah. So we need to review this. We need to think about our behaviors. It's about behavioral change. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to have us here for next 15 minutes, and we leave. But before that, I have two people here, actually three. One is Mr. Joel Okaotema. And I'm just posing this as a question to him. Joel, you were a contestant in the 2021 general elections. Is there anything you observed from 2021 that you feel should improve during 2026 general election? Yes, you are there as a former contestant. You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Electoral Commission and all of us who have found time to be here. Allow me to say this, that the bishop could not be here. I met him before he left last week, and he was going to Ankole for the consecration of Reverend Muhozi as the new bishop of North Ankole, and he's back in Kampala.
Actually, he arrived back this morning.
He arrived back this morning.
Yeah.
Then he has to head back for the Matters Day arrangements. So he could not be here. But I want to answer your question this way. In the last election, one thing disturbed me a lot. Joel Okaotema. Two days to polling, I got a call from an officer in the army. I don't want to say his rank, nor even anything that can lead anybody to trace him. Not directly to me, but an agent of mine called me to go to his house to speak to that officer. The instructions were I should leave my phone at home. I should not even go in my vehicle. So I picked a border and I went to his house, 5 kilometers away. That officer called on the phone of my agent. The first thing he told me was who he was and how related to me he was. And also his assignment in the electoral process. Then he told me of a meeting that had happened the day before, in which there was a general from Acholi present at Lira Hotel. And a decision had been taken that Okao, among other people, must not be allowed to win this election. It was a clear instruction. And so he told me many things that I can't narrate here. I did not know how far this would go, but on polling day, and Mr. Chairman, this is where I think it's important for you to listen. At polling stations where my opponents were very strong, materials arrived at 7, at 6 something, at 8. In places where I had votes, including at 9, polling materials arrived there at 3 p.m., 1 hour to closing. At my own polling station at Ober Primary School, they first brought the ballot boxes at midday. Then they said for some reason they had not carried the ballot papers, so they went back. They came back an hour and a half to 2 hours later. At 10 that day, I got a call from Anai asking me, where are polling materials? I called the returning officer, my brother here. He has been a very good friend of mine, and we talk regularly. He told me I don't have how to deliver materials. I have only one vehicle to deliver polling materials to polling stations. Now, is that true? Really? that the Electoral Commission could not deliver polling materials on time. All vehicles that belonged to the government in this city had been commandeered for the purposes of running elections. And so therefore, I think that the Electoral Commission, in my view, needs to be honest with itself and all of us. While it may not be in control of all the levers that deliver elections, there are specific tasks that it fails in, either in collusion with certain interests or because individuals who have interest in those elections have relationships with people in the Electoral Commission, which relationships are dangerous to democracy. So, Mr. Chairman, I pray that the Electoral Commission does not become the undertaker of the dreams of the people of Uganda for a functional democracy. An undertaker is the one who prepares a dead body for burial and supervises the burial. And that's my prayer, that the Electoral Commission does not become the undertaker of our dreams for a better and mature democracy. The other thing that I've observed in a couple of elections relates to the rest of us. I was very active in the Dokolo by-election. On polling day, and this is where we become very smart, those of us who participate, I went to Alapata Primary School polling station to deliver breakfast to our polling agents. As I drove to the last polling station in Dokolo district, near the border with Electoral, at a very strategic corner, I found a pickup, a double cabin. It was parked on the road. Supposedly it had broken down. The two front tires front wheels had been removed, and people were banging the metals on the vehicle. Supposedly they were repairing it. Every time somebody came, they would start working on it. But this thing had been done deliberately, because at that point, those who were present there were busy shaking the hand of every voter, because most voters were coming from that side. So effectively, this was a smart way to facilitate voter bribery. Just make sure that you dismantle the vehicle so that you are stuck and stationed at that point. You do not go anywhere else, and nobody would bother you because your vehicle has broken down. And I think we devised dangerous tactics in an effort to win an election, and that in the long run helps to mess up our democracy. I want to say one or two more things.
You have only 2 minutes remaining.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, it's true that there are people who are too big and too privileged that they actually help the Electoral Commission recruit polling officials. This is an obvious thing. We all know this if we are being honest. In 2016, there was a list displayed at the Electoral Commission in Lira district at that time. But the day before election, the list that was eventually used was not the one that was used, that had been displayed. Because a complete new list had been brought, and those were not brought by candidates who had the power, the connections to do that. This hurts everybody who is participating in election and renders democracy meaningless. I therefore want to say this: the bastardization of our democracy may not be the sole function of the Electoral Commission, because we are all contributing. But I think we want leadership from the Electoral Commission to ensure that those who do wrong things must pay. If those who bribe voters pay, it will discourage us from wanting to bribe voters. If those who recruit polling officials based on corruption pay, that will be a message. My problem is the Electoral Commission seems completely at ease on explaining itself the way the justice has done here, and we are all convinced, but actually not committed to addressing the ills that we have been talking about since Ugandans started voting in this era in 1994. It keeps getting progressively worse. So my request to the Electoral Commission is I sit down. Mr. Chairman, I was taught to respect elders, and even more so to respect judges. And I still want to keep doing that. It's not for no reason that you are a judge and that you have this opportunity now. I want to appeal to you. can you use your integrity? And I'm sure I don't have any reason to doubt the integrity of the others you serve with, to at least ensure that we have an electoral process devoid of the very basic mistakes that we see every day. We know the dynamics up at the presidential level are serious. We know these things. But if we are failing at the basic level of recruiting competent people to deliver elections at the polling station, if we are failing at the basic level of delivering polling materials to a polling station in this city, no wonder Lira City had the worst turnout of 48-point-something%. It was not because people didn't want to vote. People went to polling stations at 7, got hungry by 11 o'clock. Since there were no voting materials, everybody went home to eat. What that helped, and I want to say this as I sit down, the cost of a vote went up. I think this was deliberate. People paid 5,000 for a vote, even 10,000 for a vote. Because now the number of voters had reduced, people had gone home, it was easy to pay the few more expensively so they could go and vote. These are the dynamics. And all LC1 chairpersons had their homes turned into shops for votes. So you would pass there, take your money, and go and vote. This is the death of democracy. This will not help for years. And that is the danger of people buying votes. Besides taking poor quality and therefore affecting the kind of service delivery you are talking about, it also makes it impossible for those individuals to account to the voter. Because I know where my votes are coming from, therefore you really don't matter whether you complain or say anything. Next time I'll still find the votes anyway. We need to find out to address these things, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joel Kaotema.
Who is taking the microphone?
You can...
Or I keep speaking?
No, you cannot keep speaking. Your time is up. Yes, that is from him. And we shall have time to resolve on what we can do as a region. Honorable Joy, a team. I heard you speaking about interest to go back again to contest. And the Chairman Electoral Commission has spoken about the need for a change in behavior. There is somewhere Adwong Colonel Tony Otoa talked about open corruption, where people could get on the way and change the ballot boxes, manipulate everything. What do you see yourself in that kind of environment? And how do you think we as a region can move on to make it a better situation?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you so much, the Chairman for Electoral Commission. You're welcome to Lira. Members, I don't know where to start from, but sincerely, I experienced this thing 3 times in a row, from 2011, 2016, 2021. So I have them. The time may not be enough. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, you have been telling us what to do. To me, I see as if you are throwing your responsibility as Electoral Commission to us as electorates and also as candidates. But it's like there's a budget for Electoral Commission, which is to cater for civic education. If you are to ask this population, who goes down to conduct civil education, other than going to register checking your name and having your national ID and the rest of it. Nobody goes down. But the budget is there that Parliament allocates for doing civic education. Doing it on TV is not enough. Even on radio stations is not enough. We know you, as the chairman, you cannot come down to all these places in the country. But you have your people down here. Or you can as well use the civil society to go and educate the masses on their roles and responsibilities, on their rights. Today you are saying the population are exchanging their rights for 1,000 shillings, which is not worth a chicken. Sincerely, that's true. Because there's nobody who is sensitizing them, nobody is talking to them. Civic education needs to be enhanced and really has to be done very well. You are talking here, Honorable Chairman, as if you are from the Mars. You know this happens right from up to down. I remember one time I was speaking on the floor of Parliament and I was telling the Minister of Energy about the petrol that people sell in bottles and they put along the road, and she said, really? Is that happening? You know, people behave as if they don't live in this country. You know? How? The whole minister, as if she doesn't hail from a village, from a parish, from a sub-county. People are selling petrol in mineral water bottles and the rest of it. So, Mr. Chairman, you are very much aware that election has been monitorized. The members of Parliament are right to say if you don't have 500 million, you cannot go. You cannot. So what is the Electoral Commission telling the population about this money issue? Then recruitment of the presiding officers. He has already said it all. There are people who manipulate these officers at district level and city level. You know, they bring the cadres. They come with all their weight. Bodyguard knows what I'm talking about. They come with all their weight and then they give a list of the cadres. These are people who go to be presiding officers. You bring other lists? No. So the people you are interviewing are their people. Mr. Chairman, the rate of manipulation in election is too much. A case in point in Lira City, just 1 week or 3 weeks, I think 1 month to election. DPC transferred, electoral, your titles I don't know, transferred, RDC transferred, then the candidate calls my RDC, my DPC, my electoral commission, you know, this person. They own. So these people fear they would be candidates because of their positions. I tell you, when it came to timetable, there was non-compliance. Somebody is supposed to go to that area, you find her on the other side. Somebody is supposed to go to this side, you find her that way. You report to Electoral Commission, that is a big weight. The person of His Excellency. They don't care to handle because we are saying we are equal before the law. That time we are all candidates. Nobody is bigger than the other. But this is what is happening. Mr. Chairman, I don't know. When it's too much, I told you it is 3 times in a row. But God helped me in 2 terms, 2011, 2016. 2021 was worse. I was standing with a minister. But she also knows I'm not this easy person. Mr. Chairman, something happened in 2011. 2011, and these things are not you. When we are talking about this, we want you to restrain and also to talk to these people at the city and at the districts. Sometimes it is not you. For them, they are high bidders. Do you remember, do you believe that 18 million shillings was brought in a flask? They removed the inner side of the flask, the glass, and then they pushed money, bringing tea for an Electoral Commission official. You are a candidate and bringing tea. Is that a responsibility? When we held it, it is stopped there. The other candidate could not say anything about it. The electoral officials could not even pick that flask. It remained there. I don't know how they now discussed about it Monday. In that situation, the women's results, remember they vote for the president, for the male candidates, and for the women. The results for the president came out, for the male came out, for the women could not come out. After 2-3 days, then it came out. What could have happened? You are putting the results for the president has come, for the male MPs have come, for the other woman MP has come, and for this particular one, instead of putting a 0, you put a dash. We had to make them climb the lorries to bring that box from that polling station. Did I get a 0? I was the winner in that station, but they're putting a dash. If I did not get, put a 0. Putting a dash. Manipulation at these offices. Please prevail on these people. Then I thank the election of the results for 2016. There was something you people did with the machines.
As you conclude?
As I conclude. There is a way they wanted to manipulate the election. I mean the results. They first enter the results on the computer, and again they scan. Somebody was changing the results. So if I got 100 and the other one got 20, they would give me the 20 and then they give the other one 100. But when they scan, it is a different thing. When it came to the overall results now, the machine refused. It could not bring the results. Not until they did the right thing, then the results came out. I thank that time so much. That kind of entry of the results was the best. And lastly, I won my opponent by a margin of 17,800. A distress call came. An order from above to the RDC. Just declare the other one. Let her go to court. The RDC said, if it were 1,500 margin, I would. 17,800. How can I do this? He refused. I'm telling you, the man is abroad. He cannot live in this country. That is the manipulation in the elections. It's just enormous. Can the RDCs, can the police, can the security team look into our security and leave the issues of election to the would-be? But you know they get so much involved to intimidate, and this is too much. But lastly, I want to bring this. Give me just 1 minute. I just wanted to demonstrate this.
Some seconds.
Yes? You put the presiding officer who is in charge of the computer here. I want you to see this, Mr. Chairman. He is here. The one issuing the ballot papers is here. And the one in charge of the pictures is here. And our agents are there. People come. They are ferried in vehicles. Even if the man doesn't have the picture and the name is not is allowed to go and vote. Can you correct that? So that our people can also verify and see his picture is not there. So you put our people in the middle. How do they verify? I think this one needs to be corrected. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think the chairman has taken note of that. Yes, that is it. But it still goes to what the chairman was talking about. Unless we change our minds, that one is not possible. There are issues that came up during 2021 general election. We had petitions. Yes. You can write and send to the chairman. I want to give 1 minute to Ruth. Is it Ruth? Florence Ongina. Do you think going to court, according to your experience, was the best way of ensuring peaceful transition? Summarize in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, the moderator, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I got into this room and saw the chairman of the Electoral Commission, I smiled because I thought he would be the answer to so many questions that I have in my mind regarding the upcoming elections of 2026. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that your presence here gave us hope, especially those of us who intend to stand in the next election, because we thought you were coming to answer some of the pertinent questions that we as candidates have. However, from your presentation, I would say I have received more narration than answers to some of my questions. The electoral process of 2021, there were issues. My friends have raised issues, but I want to say that we should be able to raise here issues that can actually be addressed by the chairman. In my constituency or my area of jurisdiction, the problem started from nomination. The candidate I stood with was a civil servant, an RDC, but was nominated without demanding for any resignation letter. And when we tried to raise the question, it was evident that she had protection in all corners. The moderator here asked me about the post-election period, going to court. Does it really matter? I want to say that the justice system in this country is not helping us much, especially in addressing electoral petitions. Somebody has issues, genuine issues, but most petitions are thrown out just on the basis of technicalities. Nobody bothers to look at your evidence. And I think because the chairman of the Electoral Commission is also a judge, he should take interest in what happens in the courts after elections. It is very disheartening when a candidate spends so much and does so much, works so hard to mobilize her people, and the people do the right thing, but you're robbed at the last minute. You talked about gunshots in Dokolo, but in Lira district here in Irute, there were 5 gunshots before the announcement of the results. I want to thank Mzee Tony Otoa. He talked about the loser going to parliament and the winner remaining behind. I am the victim of that election. I am the victim of that election. But I want to say, Mr. Chairman, that since you are here with us, one of the issues you raised was that issue of poor voter turnout. I want to say the reason why there is poor voter turnout is because the voters have lost confidence in the system. Part of it is perpetrated by the late delivery of election materials that we all talked about. When election materials reach a polling station at 3 p.m., people are hungry, people are tired, others are sick. They've been seated there from morning. They give up at around midday 1. Then you bring the materials at 3, at 2. Do you expect them to come back? It is impossible. Another thing is how the ballot papers are managed after closing of election time. He spoke about Bar sub-county, which is in my area. Aromo sub-county, which is almost 40 kilometers from here. The voting materials reached Irute at 6:30 p.m. because voting there closed at exactly 4. But Bar, which is 8 kilometers, the voting materials reached Irute at 4 a.m. Where were they? What were they doing? No wonder It was the results from that area that turned everything. By 4 a.m., everyone was waiting for Ngina Florence to be announced Member of Parliament. Then when the bar came in and it took at 4 a.m., another MP was declared. It's very painful. We want to appeal to the Electoral Commission that please do your part. The recruitment process. You said it is impossible to bring people from other areas to manage elections here. But I think you can regionalize this thing. If you can take registrars from Lira perhaps to go and manage a patch, then you take the ones of a patch to Oyam. You take the ones of Oyam to Electoral. I have evidence of polling assistants, these sub-county registrars, who call you the night before and say, Madam, can we meet? There is how we can help you. So the integrity of your is very wanting. Very, very wanting. And some of them have mastered the process so much, they think they are indispensable. Unfortunately for us in Lira district, I want to particularly talk about the offices of the RDC. It is unfortunate that for me the person I stood with was a former RDC. So during the election she was not being looked at as a candidate, but was being looked at as an RDC. And so the security had a high hand in doing everything to ensure that she goes through regardless of what the people are saying. Is there any way the Electoral Commission can distance itself from the security offices as a district and probably say, let us, if we are using the police, can we use the police? Why do we need the army in an election?
Can we use the police or the army?
Can we use the police? And lastly, the post-election period. All people who went to court, as my sister said, the cases were thrown out. We really need the Electoral Commission to engage the judiciary so that candidates who participate in elections get justice. And your people of the courts, the lawyers say justice delayed is justice denied. It is useless for you to deliver for me a ruling after 5 years when the MP has enjoyed for 4 years and I go there for 1 year. It doesn't make much sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. I think we're almost coming to the close of this meeting because we are aware the chairman has another engagement with the students of Dr. Bore College, and we cannot leave him go and we continue. We have to close. Now, I am giving a chance to one of the DPCs to say something about how should we manage security. There were issues that came when people report cases during election. They are just set back, that just go back this election period. One of you?
Thank you. Our chief guest, protocol observed. I'm Assistant Superintendent of Police, Mr. Gilbert. I'm the host station Electoral, representing the DPC. Moderator, by the virtue of the position I hold, I'm not supposed to speak on behalf of police. But I can say something small. Basically, the role of police in the electoral process. Basically, our role is to ensure that there is law and order. Two, as police, we have to ensure that we have a peaceful electoral process. I've talked about people coming at a police station during the electoral time and they are chased away. As police, we are not perfect. We may make some small mistakes in the process of executing our duties. But I want to assure you that we always check ourselves and we promise to improve our service of delivery in any case. Lastly, I've talked about deployment of military. Military is part of the security, and with the recruitments we are having, we shall be managing elections as security because we'll be having enough manpower. Thank you.
Being very brief and to the point, that's so good. You see, people have cheated time.
Once again, my name is Bosco, don't bodyguard.
I hope you are not just taking so long. Just brief.
Chairman, NRM, Lira City. I want to be very, very, very brief about this meeting. First of all, I want to thank Chairman, National Chairman for Electoral Commission. I want to tell him that your work is going well. And we are praying that God should protect you on your work. And Mr. Chairman, you have picked something in this meeting. Starting from Chairman DK, when he was talking there, he was saying that the by-election of Uyam, they won, that election was fair and good. Again, he said the election of Dogolo was free and fair. So at least you have picked something. I said I want to be very brief. Thank you very much.
It was very brief indeed. Yes. That's the last person now.
All right. Thank you, moderator, for giving you opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey, sorry, I'm already on the floor.
Oh, okay.
My name is Julius Peter Ochare Diangchal. I'm chairman UPC for Lira District. Chair Electoral Commission. By my age, I started participating in the past election in 1980. In that very election where some members of this country decided to go to the bush, claiming that it was rigged. And that was the beginning of the problem in this country. If those who participated in that election accepted the results and they went out to mobilize to come again for the next election, possibly would see the outcome they are going to make. Because first of all, when your percentage of winning is that small, then you claim the election is rigged. The story is different. And the war that we got protracted in costed this nation to where we are now. Because when now the president who is sitting now, whom I consider is very tired, he will walk out when he has not finished the problem of Uganda. The very claim he made he was going to resolve, he has not resolved it. is leaving the nation in even a worse state than before, in as far as politics in Uganda is concerned. Because if you allow changes of leadership to come during this time, possibly we are going to see things that are going to happen. You know, when you raise the issue of 2021, the voter turnout being as low as that, so many factors is considered. It is stemmed down from what we are talking about. The people of Uganda are fed up on the issue of election. Just fed up. Because first of all, you know the outcome, what is going to come out of it anyway, you know it. I'm not going into more details, but I just want to make that statement. But I want to mention a few things here. One, what happened in the last election? Why did you change the system of delivery? I don't know whether it happened elsewhere in the country, but here in Lango, in other election, delivery of the ballot boxes were done on the eve of the election to all sub-counties nearby the polling stations. So now the officer at the sub-county will now take action to move in the various police stations in that area. But here you centralize all processes at the district, and now the entire district area, you want to move in the morning and deliver the boxes. No wonder. Many places receive the ballot boxes very late. So what was the reasoning behind that change? Was it intended to cause what has happened? Because if you want to deliver, to do it as Joy Okawa was trying to claim, maybe somebody will realign himself in delivery and know that I'm moving in this area, and by the time I'm reaching the other side, where you expect less to get, maybe you get what he's talking about. But that was a big challenge, which costed this country to lose many voters not to participate in voting, particularly in Lira City. You know, Chairman, the dynamic of rigging election has reached now the smallest unit, and it's going to be a problem for even you to address it now. Because a candidate at a village level now knows how to rig election. At the village level. But the whole issue is, who introduced these rigging processes? That is the answer. Who has introduced commercialization in election processes? In the 80s that we are claiming, the election was rigged. Candidates would go empty-handed. They would mobilize and go. There was no issue of giving money to people the way we are not doing. But dissing money has become a practice. That is a big problem. We shall continue to get now the type of candidates we are electing to position leadership because they have used the money which they have to climb the ladder to go there. Let me just quote you an example. In the UPC where I belonged, I had a very nasty experience in this last election. When we are now doing what we call primaries. You know, primary has a smaller unit of people who are participating. It has an electoral college. When we declare that process start, now those who are supposed to be the voters, they started their gathering in their smaller places to receive candidates. So a candidate comes, you start with 5,000, the next one comes and asks, what were you given? They clear the amount. The next one leave 10. By the time our primary ending here in the city, particularly in City West, the day of election, it was over 200,000 shillings being given to a single voter. I knew there was a problem already in the process. This was not a practice in UPC, by the way. But I saw it and I witnessed it. I want to be honest about that because I'm the chair. I knew there's already a problem. Now, to determine yourself as a candidate, you have used so much amount of money. The main election is still to come. What do you expect in that process now? In all this political organization that we have, the use of money is everywhere else. Let us be honest with ourselves. But the practice started while we are watching. And because it started from the center, the top man who is in charge of this nation showed the way. And people are falling. Now he's now trying to say, but you don't do this. Will they listen? It's like you are here. You are here. Now if you begin showing your card as here, those whom you are recruited, this is how we conduct business. Do you think they're going to, will let out correct processes? They will not. Because you have shown them that that's how it is done. So our cadres who are here, there were issues here. The statement which came from one of the candidates about the directives coming for declaration is very obvious. One thing which is clear to this country, every mine is set on presidential resource. They don't care about the rest. It's about the president issue. And then there are those instructions. Let's be honest, these officers are here. Now, you are called Independent Electoral Commission. I want to conclude on that. Do you contest? I mean, can you testify that you are an Independent Electoral Commission as by your title? If you can talk about it, let every officer in the Electoral Commission open to tell people that we are independent electoral body, and then they do independent electoral processes. But these men and women you deployed are not independent. In their mind, they want to do the right thing. But behind them, there are instructions that come. That does not make them independent as they are. And they cannot talk about it because they would be risking their life to speak about what is happening in their life. You go to do things which is contrary to what you are employed to do, but because somebody is giving that directive, you cannot do anything about it. The last point here. Can you imagine in the process of, I participated in the process of the special interest group, the election of the committee of the older persons. It so happened that I did mobilization because I was interested in the process as chair. And I mobilized my members of the party. You allow the process to elect 5 members in the village. In Barogole, a certain lady did not get the vote, but because it belongs to the ruling party. She went and accused the officer who was in charge of that process that the outcome that came out of bribery. I want to be very honest here. No single amount of money was given to this officer, but we mobilized people to participate in the process. Now, when we went to the Office of Electoral Commission, we found all the security agents, those who are in charge, were putting questions to the Electoral Commission. The man he replaced was removed from Lira, simply on account that he is compromising, government. He had to be removed immediately, You are in the office. You know what the process that took the man away from here quickly. And I think he was sent around, is it no, these are district of Masindi. The man was moved to Masindi immediately. I left things the way it is. Actually, they did not even allow him to come back to the session. They got him wherever he was and was transferred immediately. Now, simply because the man was being objective, allowing processes to happen. But if he accepted the process to be banned, he would have remained around. It puts his predecessor in a very serious and very awkward position. He had to be very stable. He had to be, we have the story to talk about, but not here now. I thank you. You need more time to come here if you want to learn more.
Thank you.
As you come here, take note. If you want to hear open talk, you cannot get in Lango.
Thank you very much.
Open talk is only in Lango. Elsewhere people hide things, but here you'll get open and straightforward information. That may help you to plan very well. Thank you.
Enough. You can speak until tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to say?
I want to be brief.
About?
This is what I want to say now. Thank you very much, colleagues and members. I want to thank the chair for your presentation. And there's some few things I want to add on. My colleagues has mentioned the issues, the problems that we face as candidates.
Your name?
My name is Jane Christine Ayo. I'm the former member of Parliament, Electoral District. This is a scenario whereby you're a candidate, but during the time of collecting votes, a vehicle of a candidate is the one collecting ballot boxes from the what? From the voting center to the tallying center. Can you imagine I'm a candidate and my vehicle is the one collecting ballot boxes bringing to the tallying center? What do you think can happen? That one I'm throwing to Electoral Commission, because you also have your role to play. This is a challenge we are getting, not only in Electoral, in Lango sub-region. Even my colleagues have mentioned. Another one, there's something that happened in Electoral district. Even there are other people that can bear me witness. Chairman Odondike is there. He was there personally. It was already midday. The voting took place yesterday, and today midday, there is a ballot box that has come, and they made announcement that this ballot box has come late. It is for the president, but we have to open. The law says the DPC is the one to open this ballot box.
The law says that.
Yeah, when the DPC opened this, the results that came turned everything from other sub-counties. I was among the candidates. That is also another issue. And lastly, Chairman Electoral Commission. I don't know how you people do your things in your office. Me, I'm not there. But what I know, right now, you have all the numbers of polling stations in all the districts. But are you aware that other district has ghost polling station? The ghosts, I don't know who are meant to vote in that polling station. That one you also have to look into it. Otherwise, for us who contest, we waste our money. Then they end up voting people who are not the choice of electorate.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. And I think I've closed now these submissions. And no, if we keep on talking, we might talk until tomorrow. Yes, I know they are there. Maybe, can I leave the chairman to go and we continue? He should be there. But now he has another assignment somewhere. I'll give one RDC. Okay.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Yes, the Lord Chairman for Electoral Commission, you are most welcome to Lango sub-region. The issue was raised on the RDC and the police. I'm grateful that the DPC Electoral has answered it. But on behalf of the security, the head of security at the district, me, I'm the RDC of Kole. I want to thank so much my counterparts from Kole. Can see our electoral officer present. For Kole, I've heard it so amazing. We didn't have much of the issues raised. And I want to really say we are still going on the right track. And to the other districts, like Lira and Lira City, RDCs, we are not from heaven. We are people from here. And the Lord Chairman, I want to put this one very clearly on your desk and to the participants, that for us, the RDC, we are the one who are very straightforward. We don't bend east or north. Reasons, these are our people that we stand for their rights, and we do things within the law. One, these are the politicians. You could have heard about political interference in the presentation of other previous presenters. You find that most of these politicians, toward elections, we have lived like I, for one, have stayed in the Kole closely to 1 month, 1 year. A contestant would go and start lobbying, said, RDC Josephine Omarlin, I've stayed for 1 year and has mastered the place and is going to be compromised. And in this matter, the RDC and the DPC should be transferred. So in this case, they would bring a new person that they believe would do the work for them. But we are saying, Bona politicians, some of us, we are once politicians, but now we are doing government job. We are saying, please, leave the issue of the RDC to the RDC and the police to the police. Because we cannot be bought. Instead, you are giving your money to your polling agents to buy. And when the police is executing their duties to ensure that there is a free and fair election, you said the security is doing a wrong job by arresting you, and yet at that time you are not supposed to be there. So please, keep your money in your houses to avoid heart attack and to avoid pressures, because we shall be very straightforward this coming 2026 election. That is the humble appeal I want to give to this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Don't bring the money. That is the issue.
Thank you, members present here today. I shall once again say that protocols observed. I want to thank my colleague Lira Kole for her submission about security. Politicians here today, the day is yours, the platform is open wide for you to display whatever will be the complaints. But there are times you tend to forget, and really you have forgotten. Here I am today, I'm not going to preach, neither am I going to read the prayers, but I want to remind you of something small. One, those days I was a younger man, I already heard of the political issues. There are social issues. There are religious issues in solving issues in this country and the world over. But politicians, wherever they are, they don't appreciate some of these aspects of life. Am I sure, or am I right? Please learn to appreciate. As for what? Biblically, you have heard of Ecclesiastes that emphasizes time and time for everything. Meaning, if it is time for you to be a leader, you will be. And if it is not time for you to be a leader, you will not be, even if you go to heaven. Please appreciate that these writings have been natural and they are natural trends you can't change. Is it okay? Yeah, I'm not going to respond. Two is the other aspect. Huh? Yes, I want you to always appreciate that there is time for everything. Huh? Me, I have lost an election. Hassan there is a witness. Hassan, that time I lost an election. Did I contest? When you declared somebody a winner, did I petition? But I appreciated and said it wasn't my time for being a leader. And I have not died, neither did I fall sick. I am very normal. The other man is saying also expired. Today we are all villagers in the village. Okay? So stop choosing RDCs. Stop choosing the Electoral Commission. The chairperson has been here and emphasized that he lives in Kampala. He oversees activities from Kampala. Whenever there are messes this side of the periphery, he is not there. People that mess up elections are your own people. They are your children. Some of them, please don't choose the Electoral Commission. Please accept that whenever there are mistakes, these mistakes, we all have to own these mistakes, because people that mess up with things are your own people, not security, not...
Thank you very much. That was from the security, and I'm now giving time to the chairman to respond to some of the issues raised, and we call it an end. My Lord Chairman, you are most welcome to make your response.
Okay. Thank you. Can we listen to one another? Thank you so much. I think it is Mr. Ho, let me see, Julius Peter, who has summed it up that for the people of Lango, they will tell you point blank, Indeed. I was told that when I came here to work here as a judge, that the best way you can get along here, just stick to your job, listen to both sides, don't take sides personally, and you'll manage. And I had a very good time during my stay here. Thank you. Now, I wish I had the time. I wish I had the time so that we continue this engagement. I wish I had the time to continue this engagement. Because I realize that probably if we had had these kind of interactions much before, we would have covered a lot of ground. But it's never too late in life. Some of the things, can I have my black book? Sorry. You know, I'm like a preacher with the Bible. And I normally have my black book, which contains all the laws. Now, one of the aspects, for instance, of agents sitting far from the table where the voters are being identified and being issued with the ballot paper. The layout of a polling station is provided under the law, how a polling station should be laid out. And I think I will refer to the specific section 30, Parliamentary Elections Act. Section 30 talks of polling and polling procedure. It says, subsection 5, at every polling station, there shall be positioned the following. 1, a table where every voter shall report for identification in the voters register and collection of the ballot paper or being issued with the ballot. That's table number 1. Then B, a second table which is at least 15 meters from the first, where there is an ink pad, 2 pens, and each pen being attached to it. Now this is the second table they are talking about, is the booth where the voter is going to vote from. Okay? Then a third table, which is about 10 meters from the booth, on top of which shall rest a ballot box, where the voter shall cast his or her ballot. The booth for ticking or thumbprinting, then casting the ballot. The distances are well spelled out by the law. Then a fourth table, which is 10 meters from the table of the ballot box, where the voter shall go now for being marked on the thumbprint or on the whatever, on the finger. But now we come to section 32, which talks of agents for candidates. And it says that, subsection 2 says that each candidate may have at least 2 agents per polling station. But the most important subsection is 3 of 32. It says, the polling agent appointed by the candidate shall report to the presiding officer of the polling station and shall sit at a table provided under section 30, subsection 5. The table I talked about referred to here, where the agent is supposed to sit, is the second table, okay, subsection 5A. The first table where the voter comes to be identified. Now this section says your agent shall sit, listen, the agent shall sit in such a way that he or she is able to cross-check the names of the voters on the register or other identification given. Your agent should sit in such a way that he or she is able to confirm that Okello John, who has come to the polling station, is a voter. Now, listen. the Electoral Commission goes out of its way to give candidates registers for polling stations. Don't we? We give registers to candidates, to political parties, for each polling station. These registers are supposed to be given to your agents. When a voter comes and says, my name is Okello John, as the presiding officer is checking whether that person is in the register, and the person operating the biometric machine for biometric identification is putting in either the voter's number, or if the voter came with a what do you call it? Voter's location slip. Okay? He or she came with a voter's location slip, which the person operating the BVK machine can scan so that the particulars come out on the screen. That register helps your agent to confirm this person has come, who has come is a voter. Secondly, the law says the agent must sit in such a way that he or she is able to observe what the presiding officer is doing. Listen, during by-elections, I've told you, I've been visiting polling stations. I can visit as many as 30 different polling stations. I have interrogated or interviewed polling agents. I say, candidates, agents, are you here? Oh yes, we are here. Is everything okay? Yes, it is okay. You find them seated maybe somewhere there. You ask them, I ask them, but the way you are seated, are you able to observe what is taking place? No, we are okay, Chairman, we are okay, we have no problem. These are your agents. They say, we are fine. The way we are, we can observe what is taking place. They have the registers. The name of the candidate is read out by the presiding officer, the voter, is read out by the presiding officer. John Okello. Then your agents, I see them turning the pages of the register. You get me? And then, they say, at times, look at our polling stations. I think we should be considerate. Some of them are in the open. As I said, our polling stations are in the open. In other countries like Kenya, they are inside classrooms and buildings. For us, it is in the open. If we are lucky, that field maybe has some trees and shades. In most cases, there are no trees. Secondly, presidential parliament, our general elections normally take place in January, when it is already dry season, hot and dry. You come to these agents in the dry season, when it is hot, they look for shelter where to sit. So one. It's a natural phenomenon. But the point I'm trying to make, my sister Atim, is that it is not the Electoral Commission or the presiding officer who says, you sit there. It is the choice of the agents who say, let us sit here. I have discovered it myself. Atim, I've observed it myself. I have visited I have inquired from more than 5 polling stations of the agents. But are you observing what is taking place? And they say, yes, we do. Okay, fine. But as I said, we shall come to that now. There are so many things that have been raised. On the courts, our court systems, according to the law, is such that you have an appellate opportunity. You can appeal against the decision of the court that had your matter or that dismissed your matter on technicality. The law says in Uganda, for member of parliament, district chairpersons, the petitions are filed before the judge of the High Court. If any party is not satisfied with the decision, you appeal to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal sits 3 judges, 3 justices who sit on appeal to hear an election petition appeal. And that is the final court. Now, really, if we are also not going to have trust in our court system, then where are we as a country? Where are we? With all these mechanisms that have been put in place, if you are not satisfied with the decision of a single judge, you appeal to the panel of 3 justices. You also now don't trust that. Now, where are we going? There must be some minimum level of acceptability of the processes and procedures that we have. I know it is painful to lose. I know that. Because I want to say, nobody goes into an election going to lose. Let me go there. I will fail from there, but at least I have gone there. No, you want to win. And incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what has also contributed to this kind of conduct and ills that we are seeing in our elections? Mzee Otoa, I want you to tell me, in 1996, when my senior predecessor, Esero Akaboy, was chairperson, would you say the level of interest, the level of competition then was as it is today? Today, where people sell off their assets, I was talking to one of them, a sitting member of parliament today. 3 weeks ago, she told me, Chairman, do you know what? I tried it twice. I failed. 2011, 2016. 2021, that's when I made it. I'm now in parliament. I wish I could bring you my agreements. I sold off my 2 assets in Kampala in order to contest. She said she had to sell off her property she had worked for in order to contest, and she won. Tell me, you have sold off your assets. Do you really want to go there and accept to lose? The stakes today are extremely up there than it in the 90s, than even in 1980. The stakes are extremely high. Why? Because people have found actually that with this level of unemployment, some people are attributing it to unemployment. Unemployment, the easiest way you can get out of unemployment, go to politics. Once you get elected, people are selling assets. You have heard? There's a certain old man from my area. I think even mortgaged his property to money lenders and invested about 1.2 billion in the electoral process, but he lost. So a person who has invested so heavily will not accept defeat easily. And secondly, a person who has invested so heavily will do everything under the sun to make sure he or she wins, whether it is by hook or by crook. That is a fact. Accept it or refuse it, but it's true. You have invested 1 billion. Won't you therefore try to do everything to make sure you don't lose out? So what do? We tried to suggest in 2021, even National Consultative Forum, which is the umbrella body for all political parties in the country. We said this rampant, uncontrolled, monetization of politics, elections should be controlled. Can we have a law on campaign financing or electoral financing? Let there be a law to put a cap. First of all, disclose how much money do you have that are going to spend. I think they even want to introduce the issue of resources. How do you get it? But anyway, how much do you have? So let everyone not spend beyond this figure. It never went through Parliament. It had been proposed. I think, were you in Parliament at... Do you expect that to go through? You be serious. The commission had come up with that proposal that, you know, to stamp out monetization, can we have a law to put a limit on what people will spend on campaigns? Nothing. So, ladies and gentlemen, our elections in Uganda have become a cutthroat business. Cutthroat. Do or die. Survival for the thickest pocket or for the fittest. That is the problem. I want you to accept that. After all, they say, for example, for you to be approved to apply to become a judge, you must be a qualified lawyer of so many years' experience. Can you get the votes? Yes. Jangu, yingira. So that's why now politics has become so cutthroat business. These are some of the issues we see. Corruption. People, if I know a team is very strong in that area, okay, she's stronger there, yes. Let me get my vigilantes. You go to that polling station, cause chaos. And you know when there's chaos at a polling station, and we have evidence there's tampering with the contents of the polling in the ballot box, the Electoral Commission, the returning officer, may cancel that polling station. Isn't it? Because the contents are now questionable. Now, people deliberately do that because I know Kanotoa here. This is his home, this is his sub-county. This is where he comes from. How many voters are there? They are about to 13,000. In my area, I have only 3,000. If I allow that area to go through, I'm finished. You go and cause confusion. These are some of the things. Now, on the issue of the RDC who did not resign, and yet was nominated. But the law is very clear. If a person was nominated irregularly or wrongly, the law says, after nomination, you can petition the Electoral Commission challenging the candidature or nomination of that candidate. It's very clear. And in 2021, we received over 300 petitions post-nomination from across the country. Members of Parliament, district chairpersons, so many. We were sitting from morning. I actually remember at times we would sit from morning up to about 10 p.m. Because you have people from Okole, you have people from Kapchorwa, the person who was nominated, the one challenging the nomination, because we sit as a court. They even come with their lawyers. And the court and the law says, if the commission is satisfied that X was wrongly nominated, we can delete you and denominate you. And you will not contest, you will not appear on the ballot paper. But you must follow the due process. Now, my sister, if this person was nominated, when he or she should not have been nominated, why didn't you raise a complaint to the commission? Secondly, even after that, where this person emerges victorious, you have a recourse to court. You can go to court and challenge. And actually, some people, recently, I think someone, was it from where? Was it from, I don't know where? Where the, Abim. Thank you very much. The chairman Abim went through. The loser challenged his victory, that he did not resign. And what did the court say? The court said, you were wrongly nominated. You should not have been on the ballot paper. We are cancelling your victory. Vacate office. The one who lost takes over office. Now, the loser is on office. No, equity helps the vigilant. If you are vigilant, the law will come to your rescue. If you are not, it will not. Okay? So I think let's use the due processes. Now, the other issues, I was noting some of these points. There are so many points which you have raised, but have enough time. Voter budget. Sister, yes, you are right. It is the Constitution and the law requires that we, as the Electoral Commission, we conduct continuous voter education. Continuous voter education. But I want to tell you, since I came to the Commission, The money that is allocated to the commission to carry out voter education every financial year is 300 million shillings. Yes, we can go on record. Can go on record. We allocated 300 million shillings in the budget to conduct voter education throughout the country for the whole financial year. We have gone before Parliament and we have pointed out this money is not enough. The only time the budget appears to be is increased when we are going for general elections. But you know, when we are coming to general elections and you are trying to do voter education, when my sister Tim has hit the ground and Ruth has hit the ground, they have stirred up the waters. Now for you go as Electoral Commission to do voter education. The people's minds are already being torn different directions, isn't it? So, effective, proper voter education in our view would be now. But 300 million shillings, what can it do? But my people in the field, and I think, I wish you had time, I would have asked each one of them who is here to explain. Even with these limited resources, they try to reach out to carry out some outreach program, isn't it? Where do you go? Schools? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Huh? Market vendors, councils, schools, you know, where the cost is virtually minimal or zero. But if they have to go out to the sub-counties and gather the wananchi and talk to them, it needs money. But should we give up as a country and say because we are faced with this, we should not try? We shouldn't. We shouldn't. Some of us, Keynote is a witness here. At the time some of us were growing up, especially in the 70s, the 70s were extremely tough and difficult. When all the essential commodities we know of, we take for granted, were not there. I entered the campus in 1977. There was no sugar. My hall was Lumumba Hall. I would go for breakfast in the dining hall at Lumumba Hall. You find cans of black tea without sugar. It is up to you. You take or you don't take. No sugar. In those days, if you went to someone's home and they served you tea with sugar, oh my, you'd want the taste to be with you for a week. Because there was no sugar. Soap was even, if you went and somebody served you bread, you'd even go 10 francs, but my, today I ate bread, man. I ate bread. I when someone ate bread. This beer, because by then I used to taste some beer, which I no longer do. I had my colleagues, the civil servants. We would first start with the hard one, crude waragi. Then you say, if we, by chance you found in the bar, they had brought some beer, because the bars will not even have beer, to not be there. Maybe they brought a kakureti, only one kureti. And then the patrons who are struggling for that kureti are so many. So if you got a bottle of beer, you'd first reserve it to wash down the kurudu waragi. You first take the kurudu waragi, then you take a bottle of beer and wash it. Say, now I'm taking. Yes! It was there. When we tell these you young people, you say, you are making it up. It was there. But you know what? How did we manage to go through all this situation? Perseverance, patience, and hope. Things will get better. If you lose hope that things are now, for me, finished, things are finished, I can never make it, you are finished. But we went through all these situations. Therefore, I want to appeal to you, let's not give up. We can sanitize our politics. We can make our elections better, in spite of the challenges my sister has faced. But also, I'm wondering, here, I have how many who did not make it, about 4 or 5. I am told in the last elections, the attrition rate of members of parliament was up there. I think over 70%. It's about 70%. Those who lost could not make it. Yes. The question is, the things of my sisters are telling me that made them fail in Lango here, are they the same that made the other people fail in other areas? Or is it the voters? We have to look at all these things. I'm not saying, sister, what you are saying, my sisters, what you are saying may not be correct, but I'm saying we need to look at it holistically. The attrition rate in parliament now, that's why, you know what some of them tell me? They say, Chairman, you know what? If only I can come back a second term, I'm now going to work for myself. This is what this one who sold her 2 houses told me. She said, this is my first term. If I cannot now, even after spending that, selling my property, what I'm earning now, I'm investing back. I'm investing in the constituency. I'm investing in the constituency. I have not recovered. If I can now make it the second term, that will be for me. These things in the constituency out. Simani ambulances out. Simani boreholes out. It will be for me and he alone. You people have stamina. You people are contesting in this environment. You have stamina. Because the voters, and that's why we need to reach the voters. They put our aspirants, our candidates on unnecessary pressure. And they tell me, Chairman, for you are talking your English here. The reality is different. If you go there and you have a good program and you are telling the people, this is the program I have for you, this is what I'm going to do for you, they will not vote for you. They say, now you have talked. Can you confirm your words? Chairman knows here. But he has told me for him, he told them, if you want me to serve you, I will serve you. If you don't. All right. Now, on monetization, I think I've talked about that one. Ghost polling stations. Now, in general terms, some of these issues you have raised, which have a factual aspect about them, is it true or not true? I can only act on something, at least if you have brought it to my attention. I wish you had brought all these matters to my attention. Sister, the one who has raised the issue of ghost polling station, please write to the chairman. Write to the chairman and say, Chairman, there are ghost polling stations in my constituency or in my district in such and such an area. Can you write to us? We shall address those ones. Please, let's bring these things. Now, we wait for 2026 to come. You knew of ghost polling stations. You have not brought them to the attention of the Electoral Commission. How shall we address them? Then on the conduct of my officers, let me tell you, this book you see here, when I talk of everybody being required to comply with the law, it applies to me as chairman, it applies to the returning officers, it applies to the presiding officers, it applies to everybody. Any election officer who acts contrary to what is spelled out here should be penalized. Take it from me. Nobody is above the law. But are you willing to step forward and give us evidence that your officer is doing this? And that's why you have seen, I think someone talked about transfers. We react to your complaints if we establish a prima facie case. When we receive a complaint from you, our stakeholders, about the conduct or alleged conduct of our returning officer, and indeed we carry out some mini investigations, and we confirm there is some evidence to it. Now, if we have an electoral exercise, So as not to jeopardize that exercise, we said we take this officer aside so that we can maintain that level of trust and transparency in the whole process. So please, can you bring to our attention all these things that you say are being done by our people? Now, sub-county supervisors, parish supervisors, again, we recruit these people from your communities. However, it does not stop you from raising any objection to any person whom we have recruited, provided you have some evidence pointing to the unsuitability of this individual. For example, in the last elections, if this person conducted him or herself in a manner that was unbecoming, if the presiding officer, instead of putting the correct number of votes on the DR form, he or she put something different, please raise that to us. Because when we send out these applications, when the returning officers call for applications for people who are going to work in the general elections, the same people will apply. But you are the ones who know them. You know them. If you have any evidence or if you have any matter concerning their conduct in the last general elections, you raise it to us. I think the point I was trying to make here is that if we want to improve in our processes, we must coordinate. We must cooperate. We must communicate. Let's not keep things to ourselves. Probably, for example, if my sister, if she's still here, if she had raised the issue of this RDC who did not resign, if she had raised it to the Electoral Commission after nomination, we could maybe have had this as a petition. If there was evidence, maybe we would have disqualified that person. But if you keep quiet, we won't know. You get me? Now, as I said, I wish I had more time. Turn up, voter turn up. I think a voter turn up, we need to address this very extensively. Late delivery. Bar. I think two people have talked about bar. If it is true, materials reached. But is the returning officer here? Who is the returning officer there? Is he here? What happened to bar? Yeah, because I think this is what we need to do. We need to be accountable. What happened?
But you're meaning that question was for Bar sub-county? Now, during general election, we received a letter from EC in regards to plans to scrap the black boxes. So they changed the system. I remember the chairperson UPC has commented about it, that we used to take these materials to the sub-county headquarters, and early morning materials are distributed. But the circular was, I think through the guidance of security, that these materials were at risk. So EC wrote a letter to us through the secretary that we should distribute these materials using vehicles to the polling stations. Okay? Now imagine a vehicle distributing materials to each and every polling station. We need to distribute at the same rate that we used to use using motorcycles. Can it be possible? Can it be possible? So there was a document written to us that a vehicle should distribute these materials. So due to that change in the distribution system, it means this vehicle has to move to polling station A, move to another polling station, move to that polling station. So we allocated every sub-county one vehicle to distribute materials. And a sub-county having 20 polling stations, can that vehicle move to all the polling stations at the same time? So definitely, the last polling station will receive materials late. The question was late delivery of materials. Yes. Yes. Results. Yes. Yes. Yes.
was a confession from the driver who was driving this vehicle. He said they stopped somewhere to change the ballot boxes and to change the figures.
So I think let me answer senior citizen's question. We went to court over the same case of the vehicle, and the complainant failed to defend. The complainant failed to defend because the issue was evidence, okay? And the issue was candidate Ngola Sam and candidate Oduru Jonathan, that Oduru Jonathan's car was used to distribute materials. So there was no evidence, and the policeman who brought this forward, affidavit, failed to turn up to court, okay? So I will not respond to that. The issue of materials from Bar sub-country, which is Lira, it was a security issue, okay? It was a security issue, and it was the entire Erute South materials were received from 2 to 4, okay? Security, there was a security issue that there were policemen, I mean there were army officials, I don't know which kind of security guys, who were ready to scrap these materials from the cars when they were bringing them. So the DPC had to organize, and the DPC rotated the entire Erute South guiding materials to come. So we don't know which kind of security officials whom they were put there to make sure these materials don't reach the polling station. I mean don't reach the tally center. So what happened is that, because I'm giving you facts why these materials delayed to come. And I remember you were in the tally center. When I was reading the results, did you protest against any result from a polling station? Lie before people here. If any result I read before the tally center was different from the result that was announced in the polling station, can you stand up and say this polling station had different results? Then we shall start from there.
I think what we are trying to do, our distinguished stakeholders, what we are trying to do is reach some common ground on how to address these apparent issues that tend to impact on a smooth process. Now, I agree with the point that was made by, I think by Joel Okao, that wrongdoers must pay for their commissions or for their actions. You couldn't have put it much better than that. Now, on the issue of the commission appearing, can we listen to one another? Thank you. Can we have order? Thank you very much. On the issue of the commission appearing not to be able to handle some of these unfortunate episodes, that is not true. As I said, when a matter is brought to our attention, we act accordingly. The problem with the challenge we have is when people who know of wrongdoing opt to keep quiet. I think we need to move from that if we want to have a credible process in our elections. As I said, I think time is not on our side. But going forward, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this as I conclude. I hope we shall have more opportunities to interact with you in the future. Secondly, our doors are wide open. I'm sure many of you come to Kampala. Many of you come to Kampala. When you're in Kampala, why don't you come and to our offices and put to us some of these things? If you cannot come, please write. Write to the chairman of the Electoral Commission that there is an issue here in 2021, this is what happened. Thirdly, after every election, general election, we have what we call the post-evaluation process. And I think, didn't we have meetings here, the post-evaluation meetings, where all these matters are supposed to be raised by stakeholders. The candidates are stakeholders. And you are central. But a team, you can write to the chairman. You can write to the Electoral Commission that and actually I'm inviting you, please, can you put down these points to me, write them to us, and we shall see how to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, we may talk and talk until the chicken do what? come back home. We may not exhaust this, but I want to thank you. I want to thank you, and I want really to encourage you. Let us be equal partners in this process of ensuring we have credible, free and fair elections for the good of the stability and peace of this country, where we can continue the process of socially and economically transforming our country, which so many people, by the way, admire. Yesterday, as I conclude, I received the Venezuelan ambassador to Uganda. She's a lady, she's new. She paid a courtesy call the Electoral Commission. And we're discussing about it. They are going to have their presidential elections in 29. They are inviting us to go and observe. But she told me something. I said, how do you manage the elections? They said, oh, we also have people who are not permanent staff of the commission who work. And so no, for us, we just go into the system, we appoint so and so, you shall work in that area, you shall work for free. And they work very well for free. In Uganda, the spirit of volunteerism died. In Uganda, the spirit of volunteerism died. When she told me that in Venezuela, the people work for free during elections, and they work willingly and happily, I said, if we could import that spirit to Uganda, I would go to Minister of Finance and say, please, we want to import the spirit of volunteerism from Venezuela. Thank you. God bless you.
I think this was a very informative communication. For me, I picked a lot about acting faster when something happens, as far as legal issues are concerned. Because when you delay, you lose. But the most important thing also have evidence. With our law, there are issues to do with evidence.
Thank you so much, my Lord and members. There was an issue which was raised about the vehicle in Dokolo. I think I'm the only one who can answer that question. That was the vehicle which I was using to monitor the electoral process in Dokolo. The vehicle had an accident, and then I think the bolt. So it got packed along the way, as you mentioned. Please, members, please, we're winding up. So I believe the team from my friend came and found us packed. And our purpose was to monitor the general situation in Bata. And there was nothing like buying of votes. And in any case, there was vote buying in only one corner. Do you think it can turn the results of the entire district? I think that was not correct. Now, my Lord, I have the following issues to raise basing on what we've discussed here. Number one, our sub-county supervisors, they should not be on permanent basis. The sub-county supervisors for Electoral Commission should be picked and they serve for that particular election. If we are to reduce on the issue of vote rigging at the level of the sub-county. Then two, capacity building for electoral officials, especially at the lower level, should be taken seriously. Thorough training, especially on the laws related to election and electoral process. And of course, not leaving out security personnel. However much we think that the law keepers, but in terms of election, our security personnel should also be reminded of the relevant laws of election so that they adhere to the electoral process law, the electoral process. Then number three, this is on our side as the candidates. I have seen many times where we candidates we pick incompetent polling agents that can easily be compromised. And this is an area that we need to address ourselves. We must train and educate our polling agents to understand the relevant laws of election. Unless we do that, you can imagine somebody is seated in a wrong place, he said, for me, I'm comfortable. So we need to empower our polling agents. Because when somebody understands the law, that means such a person can question where necessary. I am talking this one with the experience. When we were in Dokolo, what we did as UPC, this is a secret, to close the gaps. RDCs were deployed, we also deployed to counter. At the polling station, we had the competent polling agents who could understand the dynamics of the polling station and report in time. After the results were declared, the DR forms were collected very fast and taken to Electoral Commission headquarters. By the time you're reading results, we are just cross-checking. We are just cross-checking. And that is why I was thanking my officer here. In Electoral, all the results from each and every polling station was displayed and read until the last polling station. I had a challenge in one polling station because I had all my DR forms with me. The moment she's reading, I cross-check. Then I got to know that at one polling station, there was a rigging done in the way that the presiding officer was compromised. And then they tick, the whole ballot papers that were there, they were all ticked. The number was above the number of the members in the polling station. So I discovered it, I raised to her, she said, okay, put that one aside. Unless all these other things were read, we shall handle that one later. Eventually, after we read all those ones, let's say, no, let us go back to the other one. So we cross-checked, the other one accepted that there was overtaking. So we said, now what do we do? We said, now these results of the polling station cannot be part of these other ones. She decided. So I am saying, my colleagues, you know, it is better to tell the truth. Like my sister was talking about the lorry, that the ballot paper, the ballot box were delivered at midday. I think to me I did not see. My friend, Honorable Speaker, was there. He was the one in charge of the president's votes. I think that was, I did not see it myself. So in other words, I am saying some of the challenges that we have in electoral process. I am not defending Electoral Commission. There are also challenges with Electoral Commission, but also challenges with us as the candidates and our people who manage the electoral process. Unless we close those gaps, we shall only see those challenges. I remember I told you that the election of Dokolo and Oyam, on the side of Electoral Commission, to me, they tried and did their best. But those other challenges that were coming were not from Electoral Commission, but were from other security agencies and also other actors. So that is what I mentioned. Even if we had lost, I think to me that was the fact. Not that we have won, that's why we are praising the Electoral Commission. For me, I always want to be focused and tell the truth where necessary. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think the only thing that I want to maybe ask is this issue of the ghost polling station. And the chairman mentioned clearly that you should report. Maybe as a civil society, can I take it from the person who raised this issue? Honorable Christie, when are you reporting to the Electoral Commission about this issue? Because I know it's still there, so that we address this issue together. We are going to take interest in that. Maybe
yes, members, can we have silence about the issue of ghost polling station? We know very well the ghost polling stations are there. I can write to the Electoral Commission. It's okay. I can write to the, you know, for us candidates, we also have our sources and information come from down. I need to investigate and bring.
A quick one. She's not the first person to raise the issue of ghost polling stations. We've had it before. Now, one of the first activities we are going to carry out in the general elections roadmap, wait a minute, is reorganization of polling stations and demarcation of electoral areas. That exercise, yes, sir. Yes, sir. But the point I'm making is this. If it is true, there are ghost polling stations, we are going to conduct a nationwide reorganization of polling stations. Nationwide reorganization of polling stations. If they are ghost polling stations, we shall weed them out. If they are there, we shall weed them out. The reorganization is not going to be done in the offices of the ROs, but it's going to be done on the ground, in consultation with you, the stakeholders, in consultation with the people on the ground. So please, my sister, feel free, even before we go to that exercise, you can write to the chairman that the ghost polling stations I was talking about is this, because every polling station must be named and must be given a code.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I think this is very right. We are here to come and discuss the challenges that we have. And if we are candidates and we have brought the challenge out, we need to discuss and come with the way forward. How are we going to help so that election in Uganda should be free and fair? I should not be intimidated.
I think the bottom line here is she will write to the Electoral Commission. That is it. Okay. Today I'm going to put myself my shoes on the shoes of somebody who should have invited the paramount chief. And I know with time I may also be one of the cultural leaders. So let me wear it today and invite the paramount chief to close this session. Adwong, you are welcome.
Hello? Are we there? My name's Peter Okelo Oyo. I'm the clan chief of one of the renowned clans here known as Bakopel Korapuo. And I'm the chairperson, transition committee of the Lango Cultural Institutions, who is now steering the present transitions from this time up to the 2nd November 2024. I am so much delighted to be here, however, on behalf of my Wonyase-elect. One thing I've noticed here is that the time has not been enough for everybody to adjust whatever they had in their mind, and many have gone back with it. And to my understanding, if this platform was given it like 3 days or 4 days, that was going to be the best. Constantly. You come in the morning up to sunset. You come in the morning up to sunset, because I see the way people are, are eager to come up and, talk. And I think if at all the opponent was there, one would box one another. Because I saw the way, but of course, that is a game. I am not a politician at the present, though I sound like. But I deduce something from this point to describe our behavior in the politics of Uganda as a Castro leader with also some DNA of politics, that committing an offense during the time of confusions within the political environment has nothing to do with exposing the culprit or any legal action. What am I trying to say? That our people commit offense during the confusion of politics when people are pulling strings here and there, and they beat one another even from down there. People are even killed, but I've never had people being apprehended and brought to book for justice. So I pray that from this time around, we should begin opening our mind in ensuring that those who commit an offense under the pretext of confusion within that state should also be brought to book. These people are talking here, they have a lot to say, but because of time, others were even beaten. I saw some of them talking here. I saw their video when they were even fighting, exchanging blows. I think we need a lot to be done. My chairman, EC, I really sympathize with you when you stood here and said only 300 million is allotted for you to do civic education trans-Uganda. That is no money. And that's why our people are lacking knowledge about this. We need a lot to be packaged right from the grassroots level, as long as you are 18 and above, who qualifies to vote, to have full disseminated information on how we should vote and what to do and what not to do. I pray that our people who are in the parliament should take note of this and help you make sure they push in a debate to make sure at least some good money, amount of money is approved and given to you to do this job. Because of time, I have seen and summarized few things here and there, deducing from your real facts that you brought here. When you were communicating, I was taking note. And I realized that as a father of the election is here. But the way the children are playing, sometimes he doesn't know. He may be knowing some part of it, but many, because Uganda is really large, and it's the father who is steering all this. What I have now seen, according to my pre-conclusion, one, the senior promoters of the commercial politics in Uganda are the candidates, regardless of their political affiliation. One would have to make sure he has a lot of money, he or she has a lot of money to go and buy. They are the senior. Now, politics has become so commercial that if you don't have the money, you don't go for it. If you have the money, you go for it and make sure, whether by hook or crooks, I repeat and quote your words, whether by hook or crooks, one must win because I don't want to lose my money. Whether fighting or doing what. I am happy that the security personnel are here. They were also quick to stand and defend their positions, because tomorrow you would get a surprise that one has lost a position because of this issue here. I am happy with that. They stood and defended properly that, we are doing the right thing. Though maybe when it is that time and at that corner, they may also, money can influence. Who doesn't know this? But I pray that you continue maintaining your professional operations during that time and make sure you deliver the right things. The implementers of this corruptible tendency of politics during the elections, one, are the district registrars. District registrars, and I have the evidence. Two, presiding officers. Three, returning officers. Four, polling agents, and including the tallying stations. Who doesn't know about this? All of you knows it. I quote, in 2016, I was sitting next to one of the candidates. Then I saw a call coming to his phone. And he looked at me and said, this is the district registrar calling me of Lira. I said, talk to him. I remained humble and comfortable, but very keen listening. And then he said, we are about to declare the winner. I am calling upon you to hurry, or by yourself, or send one of your senior agents to deliver here 10 million shillings so that we declare you. And the man said, my dear, if you know that I have won, just go ahead and declare me. Do you know what happened? It went down the day. Then the following day, another person was declared. So for that reason, I know the Father is here. You have a lot to do. Coming back to the land, leaving the politics aside, I want to sound now like a paramount chief. That our members of the Electoral Commissions, with our father, the chair, as the custodian of the land, I am happy that today you are here. You responded to the call of our people. There are many issues to be addressed. I am very sure you have taken keen notes and you will work on it. Feel free. Lango loves you so much. And the gesta is, when a Lango man stands or woman stands and then he remains aggressive and talks openly, tells you the real facts, that means he or she loves you. And you remain relieved. They are now relieved, waiting for your action. But if a Lango person keeps quiet and looks at you, he has not forgiven you. And today I'm happy that they are relieved. They are really loving you so much. Continue responding to their call when they call you. As I conclude my 4 messages from my boss, the one just elect, are as follows. He said, said, election is important. It's an important tool for democracy to prevail in every country. And we as Lango Castle institutions, we will be ready to keep embracing the election of Uganda and standing with you at every time that you need us. Number two, Lango believes in elections since independence of 1962 because it depends on the needs and the demands of the people and the will to vote for their people, to vote for their candidates. We don't mind whether senior 6, equivalent, diploma, bachelor or master or PhD, but the will of the people is your certificate. And I want to remind and advise our people that if the will of the people has landed on you without being forced, please do it. Commit yourself to do it. And respect the people who voted for you and send you to the parliament. Represent their need, not your personal need. That I'm coming for the second time. Tomorrow I'm not coming back, even if I go back to the constituency. Number 3, I want to bring to your notice and to your attention that Lango Castle institutions is on the verge of transitions, changing power from the outgoing Wanyachi to the incoming Wanyachi effective 2nd November 2024. And as institutions, we are not ashamed to move around and to talk about our budget of 2.8 billion that we need for the occasion that day. And as I stand right now, we believe that we have created friendships across board, trans the country and trans the world. One of them is your office, your institutions of electoral commissions. We know that one day soon we will also reach you, and we see how best you can stand with us to mitigate this big figure of 2.8 billion shillings soon. And I've got a call right now that tomorrow, about the same, I will have to go and meet Her Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, about the same. And we will be happy also one day announcing that we are going to meet you about the same. Number 4, as I'm about to conclude, I'm appealing to all our people, to all the DNA of Lango, that politics, when you enter in it, there are 2 things: to lose or to gain. As we love you all, as castle institutions who stand as a father and very universal within the nucleus of administration, I advise you that if you lose, and you know that you have lost, but, you know, in a good way, accept it, consent, embrace your brother, and work together. Unless it is rigged. It is good enough that the institution has been revived. Tomorrow, we will not just leave you. Keep fighting by yourself. It will be within our mandate that at every after election, the castle institution must summon their people and sit down with them, talk to them, counsel them, bring them back to mood, and reconcile them before these people goes to parliament, before Odongudike goes and take over his seat. As father, we must make sure our people are in good harmony because we love you all. Finally, Lango Castle institutions is ready to stand together with the Chair Electoral Commission and his people in managing the institutions by mobilizing our people one time, one day. And we ensure that through your effort and our effort, you bring your technical people to come and train our people. If it means subsidizing for that, we want it to happen so that the same mistake should not happen again. If it is happening, should happen in another sub-region, not in Lango sub-region. We will be ready to work together with you as you bring your senior people to come and sensitize our people from the grassroots level up to the topmost level, so that by the time we are engaging ourselves into up-down movements as we seek for vote, we will have known the do's and the don'ts. Otherwise, thank you for listening, and I declare that this meeting is adjourned. May God bless everyone.
Thank you very much, Wonyachi Wondeomelao, for bringing this meeting to an end. And I want to thank everybody for participating in this great meeting, most especially the Chairman Electoral Commission, who, besides his busy schedules, decided to give Lango a priority. My Lord Chairman, we are privileged as civil society for your commitments to ensure continuous free, fair, and credible election in Uganda. And as we sit here, we form the majority of the people here. We will continue to sensitize the population. We will continue to provide civic education and mobilize people, especially the young population, to participate in the election. Please, when you receive our invitation, come again. Lango is ready to be part of you and feel at home. Thank you so much. Our lunch is ready for
and all the participants that participated in this meeting. Time has come. We know Uganda is for us all. We pray that may you continue making us to live in harmony, even as we source for these votes for ourselves to elect the rightful leader. For you said in your word that a good leader comes from you. We pray that, Lord, may you guide the Ugandans, may you guide the Electoral Commission and guide all the commissioners and all the people who steer these elections, and not forgetting His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has been a father to this nation. We thank you for our dear President, and we thank you for this great peace and for the country that you have given us. We thank you for blessing Lango with great leaders, and above all, we thank you for the gift of rain, which shows that, Lord, you have been amidst us in this journey. And we pray that may you continue journeying with us, even as we host still our chairman for Electoral Commission. May you give him all the wisdom to impart to this nation. Even as he still proceeds to Dr. Obote, we want to put him before you, grant him all the journey mercies in this noble cause. Lunch has come. King of Glory, we invite you to come and bless it as we partake it to nourish our body. Even as we finish, Lord, bless us back home. We ask for it through Christ our Savior. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Lacson, Lao Civil Society Network Mobedo Kelo Dano Karachi, Mobedo RDC, Mobedo Abili, Mobedo Member of Parliament, Moti Machon Kere and Matiati Chani, Wabedo Kere, Dulma Boy, Yera, Uganda, Meno, Uganda Electoral Commission, Doc Adigi, Nyogon Komgi, Meno, Justice Simon Biabakama, Ayo Bino Makume, Kachel Kila Lokpi, Dulman Me, Bero ni yera pe woro mabe kun gimila bolle ikum yera mi mahaibario piario wechel mo woro marach ma ko patiki bot remember mi parliament ma papa my kino bero member parliament for free Lira city member joy atimo mo ko ni peki Lira tutwale yera mi mahaibario piario ya achel mapat kimeno wabedo kede amemba mi parliament amachon meno mi electoral district moka teroni en bene tie kingechni ghost polling stations tie ilang kan enter electoral commission tetia timo gimoy iye kuntironi mano bedo kare mabe me electoral commission kati bot luak me lang sub-region meneno ni okonyo gi weyo meno ghost polling stations mapapat mano tie ilang sub-region kan lagamba papat kono keyboard meno one com maneno yera meno bedo Justice Simon Biabakama mo wachini akoria document pubero kachuno board ge chalo office maboy yera ilobo Uganda kun kwai gini kache dot motie maginti kere chademo ramo kare kutie michoyo balu ati board meno electoral commission minero ni uno agame mano kujano ko wari yera mi mahali walio piario wa bichel komena akibot one com pawegi koma beach meno DK David Kennedy odon monteroni uchamot merobet joma choy kobateteni ento pikob matugo luak nyolime Uganda kere uchuma papat manotie kanyor mirigi mechung medoni dok tela papat kontiru gini gendang meroti kera bili ento pegiti gene ken gemeroti kera bili minane gugiro kop me quality men biloni vote rigging kere dong voter bribery wilukuya wila kibolo tedero manni beki miningi chukari albachela chel kere chabun man enotironi weng mero ugiko pien pubero ginabe manotiati me kare miyera en mene pugi kenyo en menotironi oberu tuero pangara chela chel meneno ni uchale dwangi woko bodul maboy yera kache neno ni kop me kwale kuitia wara nyim tutwele kan ilang sub region en mene okoy matek dul me yera chalo kadwa wange cha wabedo kere by elections ario multi me kene mwaha chele kena chelo bedo that is oyam not kama member mi parliament ite UPC party that is Dr. Eunice Opiatu Wokarma Be the Uwaro iot ke meno parliament mati under UPC kede dok machochok mo karangechi meno bedo yera mo bedo I Doholo district ma jo bedo ka yera member mi parliament pi Doholo district meno madaho mabene eno poi matek dul maneno yera mi tich ka chel kede utela mapapat ka chel kede luak meno me Doholo district mineno ni yera man wora mabe kore kit machik ye kere gibaro free and fair for unity then watikere talk show nyo iboj mapire te kutwal wabi beru kere jo maneno kop me yera meno dul maneno kop me yera ilobo Uganda ibaro Uganda Electoral Commission one koma kokome that is Adwong Simon Biabakama Boberu Tie Milok Jimmy Paul ma inen chalo wape no chane minero ne YouTube channel and Boberu live makume I radio station mamegwa today in studio en buberu ka chel kede meno jomi Lao civil society network ka chel kede la lokpi dul maneno lokumiera musingu bi gengi biberu weng meno I radio QFM chawa chel ginuchu na chawa rio kinuchu so kaino ni iniken nyo itikede apen ma wakpe no karmi penyone man ibochwa me igore man muberutini Margaritha hotel fudiromo beruki kare make radio ni nyo chiko radio ni 94.3 radio QFM me wenyo kere don gama penyi manoche initie kere kuno maimetini jo mi Electoral Commission obeki kare meno mi gamo peny mapapata wehami ngeni gore man pekono ucha utela keken waberu kere meno civil society groups waberu kere Billy meno mi Lao kan giboro ni North Choga Police Region waberu kere returning officers P districts mapapat Matie Ilan sub-region kan maiki no beru me Electoral district waberu kere mi Lira district waberu kere mi Lira city kere yan mokene mapat ki meno bene wande waberu ki meno utela nyo MPs machon mo beru I parliament me abungwan kere pa maiki no beru MP madaho machon meno me Lira district mo beru Joy Atim Ongom waberu kere Cheng Christine meno mi Electoral district kere down bulu mapapat Mathieu Yurionget mapapat maneno kopi yera waberu kere down member mi FDC mapapat langera kanya tikere one maneno kop me yera meno duong Justice Simon Biabakama when eno bet kere kare miko biwa wiye importance me voter education bora tedero chalo Milan sub-region camp. You're welcome Mr. Simon Biabakama. Yes, this is 94.3 Radio QFM. Radio QFM. Well, in a nutshell, how has this elaborated more on voter education, on electoral reforms, in a summary of what you were talking about?
Thank you very much, Radio QFM. We have had a very lovely afternoon here in Lira City, where I interacted with various stakeholders organized under the Lango network forum or something like that. Now, we have exchanged so many views and ideas on how we can improve on our elections. We have looked at the past elections and some of the issues that emerged. We have heard from the candidates who were involved in those previous elections, and I'm really very encouraged by the mood and the willingness of the people of Lango sub-region to work with the Electoral Commission to make sure that our elections get better and better, and the Commission commit. I want to affirm our commitment to make sure that all these issues that the people have raised are addressed by the Commission. When we feel that we need to correct the way we do things, we are going to do that. Where there is a need for reform in the law, we shall engage the relevant entities to make sure that reforms are implemented. So, but we want to thank the organizers for having given us the opportunity as Electoral Commission to engage with the people of Lango sub-region. We also want to thank the Lango Cultural Institution who have pledged their support to mobilize the people of Lango sub-region to be part of this process of promoting democracy in this country.
Sir, talking about addressing issues, former members of parliament came out with their cry that they had some issues in the recent conducted elections 2021. Should they have hope that once they submit their cry, you will respond to them?
You know, there is a saying that a problem shared is half solved. Now, I want to thank the former contestants, former MPs, who have raised all these issues. And one of the reasons I came here was to find out how we can best address the pertinent issues that impact on the successful conduct of a free and fair election. The members, the participants have spoken. Those who participated in the previous elections have spoken. We have taken note of those concerns, and I want to assure them that come to 2026, working together, the most important message we are bringing across is that in order for us to address all these challenging issues, we must work together. Not the Electoral Commission alone, but the stakeholders, every stakeholder who has a role to play in the electoral process. We must join hands, address these things. And I think together, this country has demonstrated time and again that when we come together, we can address any issue of whatever magnitude and whatever seriousness, and we solve that problem.
Your Honor, in monetary terms, how much does Uganda lose?
Well, I do not have the precise figure right now, but I can tell you that printing the ballot papers costs billions. I think in 2021 it cost us in the range of 70 to 90 billion shillings. And that is quite a lot of money. Now, when therefore you have about half the voters signed up, that means you are losing quite a number of billions, okay, of shillings in respect of the ballot papers that have not been utilized. And remember, once these ballot papers are not utilized for this electoral cycle, they cannot be used in any other electoral cycle. Those are just become waste paper. So really, that's why we are very we commend Lango, the network, Lango Civil Society Network, for this effort in organizing this gathering and in giving all the participants an opportunity to raise the critical issues. And we that the issue of election is about your future. The issue of election is about your sovereign right. Therefore, when you don't turn up to cast your vote, then the people need to be sensitized. They need to be galvanized. They need to be informed about their civic duties, about their civic rights, and about their civic obligations. And that's what we are doing.
Chair, your last word to the people of Lango region.
My last word to I'm supposed to be on radio, why not? Yes. But the last word I want to say, I'm very grateful to the people of Lango sub-region for the cooperation you have always rendered to the Electoral Commission, for the support you have always given to my officers on the ground, and working together with you. I want to reaffirm and reiterate our commitment that we shall make our elections better in 2026.
Thank you so much. Meno Obedo Ebocha, Meno Obedo Dwong, Meno Obedo one comma Meno Loko Justice Simon Abiaba Kamamu Bedo Kakobiwani Ponye Manford Bomete Anyim Naha Luakme Lango region Kere Uganda Loro Ongeyo Meno Twergi Mi Warriere Kere Twergi Mi Bolukui Bodman Ngatmano Gentwingi Omaro mi bolo yedgi kui po yuni tin wai beru kede one koma nano kop me yara meno Justice Simon biaba kama live 94.3 Radio QFM uchake chawa chel kinuchu na hachawa rio kinuchu notia mete kede kobi luak me lao kede uchuma papat mano gwaktie kimiri mechu ngoma mero gen gitim kede ngoma mero gen pegitim mangi boro a voter election pi Radio QFM kumeno dong wagi kakan hana beru